Hello again, welcome back to Hangar 51. So we've got two viewing already. That's awesome, guys. So who's here? Who's the first one that's going to pipe up and say hello? Or are my first two in the room lurkers? Rich, is that you? Got a like already, too. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Appreciate the like. Alright, guys, come on. There you are. Alright, 2E. Good to see you, man. Hey, Rich. Well, Bill. Paul, what's up? Good to see you. Shadow, good to see you guys. Hassan Hamis. Hello, welcome. Is this your first time here? Kevin, good to see you, man. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. Honey Chuck, what's up? George Watts, hey, good to see you guys. Matthew, good to see you. Not staying all night again, huh? Yeah, you guys. Victor, good to see you. Jeff, good to see you guys. It's so funny. Oh wow, you've been watching my videos that long since the Fly Zone Corsair, man. That was a long time ago. Wow. Well, glad you're finally here, man. It's great to see you here. William, what's up? Shadow again. Victor. Listen, guys, it's so funny that you guys... Listen, the reason I went 12 hours last week is because of Dave Marshall. Marshall and Matthew and who else was in here? There was one other in here. Was it William? These guys are the ones that kept it going. I was... Yeah, I finally gave up. Listen, I went 11 hours and 7 minutes. That was my. I had to go get a nap. I was falling asleep. I wasn't really coherent anymore. Yeah, at the 11-hour 7-minute mark. Flaps, what's up, buddy? Wild Bill, good to see you guys. So yes, I had to call it, and then they carried on for a little more. I left the chat open so that they could, because a couple guys, the morning guys started coming in. John and Southeast, is that what it is? Southeast FPV, and all the morning guys started coming in. I didn't want to close the chat with all these guys coming in, so I just left it running, and I went and took a nap, and then I came back out and shut it down. Nobody was still here, and so I went 11 hours and 7 minutes. That's the official time for me. Okay, the chat went on without me. That, I don't think that counts. So 11 hours, 7 minutes. That's the record now. And that's all because of Marshall and William and the guys that were in here. Like I keep telling you, I'm not doing this alone. You guys are the reason that the show goes on as a marathon, not me. I just won't kick you out like the other guys do. Which, hey, I understand. It's not, but yeah, it's your show, and we're gonna stay here as long as you can. So anyway, so that's what happened there. It was fun. Let me catch up on some chat in here. If it's going to let me go back. Oh, there we go. Matthew's going flying tomorrow. Well, good for you, buddy. That's cool. So I got a bunch of things to catch you up on, all you guys. I'll wait till a few more get in the room so I don't have to repeat myself. 18 in the room, 12 likes. That's awesome, guys. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Yeah, 12 hours, Kevin. It actually went 14, but YouTube chopped it off, which is fine because nothing was going on. It was dead after 12, so they chopped it off at 12. But I was here for 11 hours 7 minutes of it. So that's my official. I'm not taking credit for the extra 45 minutes or so that I wasn't here for. So that wouldn't be fair. But it was really Air Marshal was the one that did it. He was just in a mood to chat, and we got on some crazy subjects, and it was fun. We had a good time. Um, Honey Chuck, I know. Yep, been an all nighter. No, actually, Flaps. I put it there. I think the day before yesterday. I did it. It was during somebody's show. Whose show was I watching? And I did it during their show. Um, Let me think a second here. Um, let's see. It wasn't. It was during Flight Club Tuesday night. I did it Tuesday night during Flight Club. Um, I was typing in another window, and of course I can hear everything that's going on in Flight Club. So, um, and I had to keep going back because you guys were showing some video work of. I think it was all that FPV work, so I had to keep tabbing back and forth. Dennis Farley, can I give you the courtesy of a thumbs down if you would like? Dennis, whatever makes you happy, I'm good with. Whatever. Whatever rocks your boat, that's fine with me. Um, yeah, it was raining here all day as well. I didn't get anything done today. It was a crappy ass day. Got a lot done yesterday, but I didn't get anything done today. Um, so 22 in the room, 17 likes. Um, and Paul is here. Hey, Air Marshal, F you two. You and 2E, all E2, both of you. That's so funny. Now I'm getting it from other people too. That's hilarious. What did I see here? Uh, yeah, great minds think alike. Yep. You're right, Flaps. So, all right. So since Flaps brought up, first thing I want to tell you guys is on my channel, on the main page, on the About tab, is all of the live streams, the lineup for the week is all there. And I might have to edit it to add uh, Farmer Man if he's going to do it every week. Then I'll add. I didn't put him in there yet, but I will if he's going to make a commitment to do it every week at 7:30. I think he said. Then I'll put him in there. And it's not only there, but it's if you look in the information below, this very chat going on right now, it's in there, and it'll be in every one of my uploaded videos and chats from here on out. The live stream lineup is in my description below. It's on the About page, on my main page. You other streamers, if you want to just copy paste, feel free. I just wanted everybody to be able to go anywhere and find out who's streaming and when. George says, I put the Aero MiG 29 together today. I am going to make it front nose wheel mod tomorrow. Okay, cool. Spencer Keith. I don't know why. I thought you already had a wrench. I don't understand why, but I will fix that right now. I thought you already had a wrench, but you have one now. So I hope that was what your thumbs down and about. You're not anymore. You're fixed. You can still give me a thumbs down if you want, though. Oh, no kidding. Your hat doesn't fit, Air Marshal? Oh, that's too bad. I guess that means you have a fat head, huh? Okay, so that's first point down. Got so if you guys want to know where the live streams are, you can either go to any of my videos from here on out in the comment or the information section below. All the lineup is there every time now, and on my about page, on my home page, Hangar 51 YouTube homepage, there's on the about tab, it's also listed there. So we had briefly talked about it last week. I think it was a good idea that we did it, and I hope everybody does it so that you guys can go anywhere to any of our pages and find out. You don't have to go to mine, but at least you know mine's got it there, and it will from now on always. And I'll try to keep it up to date. So that's the first thing. Second thing, and Paul is here, right? Because I saw him here. I tried to order this, what is it? The ASW28 glider from AliExpress. So I ordered it 2 months ago, and it hadn't shipped, and I finally canceled the order yesterday, I think. I filed a grievance. They resolved it immediately. The guy that was selling it agreed to just give me my money back. I don't know why it took 2 months. I am very unhappy with AliExpress, but and I gave them that in their feedback. Maybe Amy can wear it. There you go. Yeah. So anyway, I reordered it from AliExpress. This guy guarantees delivery in 15 days, so hopefully it'll get here in a timely manner instead of waiting forever and then not shipping it at all. So that's, so Paul, if you're still in here, I know I saw you early, but that because you'll ask again if I got my glider yet. No, didn't get it yet. Reordered it. Hopefully it's coming. Okay, next on the agenda is the tent that I ordered. Hangar 51, me too about AliExpress. What are you talking about, Eric? Me too about, talk to you about AliExpress? Is that what you're trying to say? Was there supposed to be something in there? Yeah, but they don't have it in stock, do they, at 101? I checked Hobby King. I don't think they have it in stock. Either they don't have it in stock or it's coming from China and there's shipping involved. I forget what I came up with, but I'm pretty sure one or the other was the fact at Hobby King. Because I was going to just order it from them. And there was a reason I didn't. Either they didn't have it in stock, or the only place they had it was from China, and they were charging me a fortune to ship it. I think that's what it was. I think they wanted like $57 to ship it. Yeah, I'm very disappointed too, Shadow. I'm not happy at all with AliExpress, but I'm going to give them one more shot because they're the only ones. I did a search. I didn't go to AliExpress. I did a Google search for the airplane to see who had it. And there were a couple places on eBay that were listing it, but they were expensive, $180-some, $249. Hell, one guy wanted $1,000 for it, $999.99. And AliExpress came up again, you know, at 119 this time. It was 118, now it's 119, extra dollar, no big deal there. So and what's in the cup is tonight. It's Diet Peach Tea, is what's in the cup. For you wondering what I'm drinking. So anyway, so I reordered it and took care of that. Hopefully it's going to come this time. My tent never shipped. I filed a grievance on that one. Ordered another one. That one didn't ship either. That guy just bagged right out of it. Said it's no longer available. Returned my money. So I couldn't get the tent I originally wanted. So I got a better one. Yeah, Roy, but when did you get it for 99 bucks? How long ago? You know, trust me, I've been looking, you know, and I think right now, and somebody go look for me and tell me what the story is. I know that Hobby King shows it for 101, but I think to ship it to the United States, I think they wanted like $57 or something to ship it. So if one of you guys want to go confirm that for me, I'd love to hear that. Yeah. Well, hey, I didn't know about it back then, and I wasn't even shopping on Hobby King, so I get it, guys. I missed out. This is one of the things from Hobby King I would buy because it's not their brand. It's not one of their planes. They're just a reseller of somebody else's product. And I've bought a lot of stuff from Hobby King that's been under that. It's the Durafly and the Avios lines are the two lines that I have had no luck with. As a matter of fact, the little Cessna, I don't believe is a Durafly or a Avios, but I think it is their brand. Let me look here. And I really do like this airplane. There's a couple of issues with it I'm not happy about. I'm going to have to figure out how to fix it. It just says H King, but it doesn't say, it's not Avios and it's not Durafly, so I don't know what. But the quality of the foam and everything's very nice. I'm very happy with it. What I don't like about it is the nose wheel is terrible. Nose wheel steering and the way they have the strut, because they have the nose strut mounted in foam, which is never going to work. Not on a grass runway. So I'm going to have to pull that all apart and build a wooden box to support the nose gear to fix that. Ordered a quad for me with Christmas money. They never sent it, and the seller did not want to give me my money back. From AliExpress, is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I get that, Shadow. Like I said, I'm not very happy. I did file the grievance with them, and they did give me my money back. So, and I turned around and reordered it from them because I can't find it anywhere else. And I do want that glider. I like the big straight wings, how big it is. I like the T-tail. It just looks like a neat glider. So it's something different. I have a giant glider right up here. It's about the same size, but it's heavy fiberglass. It's not powered. It's a high start launch type glider. It's got spoilers on it and stuff. It's kind of a high-tech deal. And I used to fly it a lot, but I'd have to modify and put a motor on it to fly it anymore, and I'm not willing to do that. So, yeah, Paul's still here. I thought you were. So, anyway, I'll keep you posted. Hopefully it's going to come in the 15 days they promised. And we'll see. I already got a order confirmation, which I never got the last time. I got that immediately. So, hopefully I'm going to get a shipping confirmation the next day or two, and it'll get here in a timely manner. So I bought 2 of those damn tents. Neither one of them panned out. The tent's been discontinued. So I gave up and I went with a bigger, better tent. And I went straight to Walmart this time and bought it there, and I had it the next day. Free next day shipping. So I ordered it. Next day it showed up. I was going to put it up, but it's been raining here. So I haven't put it up yet. No, no flaps. Nobody killed me. They just wore me out. I had to go take a nap. That's all. Um, so anyway, so that's the tent issue. And I bought this really cool tent. It's another art. What is it called? Ozark Trail. It's a tube. They call it a tube tent, and it sleeps 16 people. So it's very big, super easy up. It has 5 bows. So you lay the thing out on the ground. It's long and it's a tube. It's 7'5" in the middle, I think. So it's got good headroom all the way down the middle, and it's a wide tube. It's not like a circle. It's a wide tube. And you put the 5 poles through sleeves, and all laying on the ground, and you put the ends of the poles into the little feet that are sewn into the base of the tent. And then you just go around behind the tent and grab a handle and pull it, and the whole thing comes up in one big, it just goes whoop, and it's up, just like that. And then you go around the tent and clip the fabric to the pole on the sides, on both sides. I think there's 2 clips per pole to pull the sides out all the way. And then you can stake it out with a couple of stakes, and you're done. It's supposed to be super simple. I was going to put it up in the yard here. Didn't get a chance to. The rains came, and I didn't want to put it up on... I didn't care if it got wet. I just didn't want to put it up on wet. The ground was already wet. I didn't want to capture that moisture under the tent, have it mildew right off the bat. So I decided to just not put it up yet. So... still waiting for PayPal to give me my money back on the first one. I already got my money back on the second one. And so this would be the third tent now. But this one I got right away. And it wasn't that much more money. It was less than $50 more. It's a lot bigger. There's no pole in it in the middle. The other one had a pole in the middle of it. There's no pole in this one. I'll be happy with either one. I'm very happy with this tent. I'm sure I'm going to be very happy with it. It's got a lot of room in it. I could put a lot of airplanes in it, so that's good. So if I'm out at the field at night, I can put all my planes inside the tent, and they won't get dew on them. So that'll be very cool. So, yeah, when I passed out, Shadow. Yeah, I know. How you doing, Brian? Good to see you, man. Um, so Robert's got one of the gliders too. Yeah, I'm really excited, guys. I'm really looking forward to getting it. I got to tell you, ever since Paul, showed me it, I've been just really wanting it. So I'm really excited about it. So hopefully we're gonna get that. Got the tent. So let's see, what's the next thing? Called I emailed FMS. Said, hey, can we get that Pits shipped out to me? Can we go with a different carrier? Something, because it's been 2 months. I'd kind of like to, get my Pits. Got an email back the same day that said the boat just hit the port June 1st. Okay, it's the 4th, so the 1st. And as soon as the shipment gets to the warehouse, we'll expedite it out to you. Well, that's not the story they told me when I ordered it. It was in stock, but they couldn't ship it because the planes were sending back everything that was non-essential. Only essential stuff was being shipped. They wouldn't take anything that big if it was non-essential. That's the story they told me in 2 emails. Now they're telling me that they're gonna, as soon as they get it off the boat into the warehouse, they'll expedite it out to me. So I'm a little disappointed in FMS. I don't know if they've been bagging me the whole time, or if something happened, or the guy that replied to my email is uninformed. I don't know. I'm just not happy with that email, but at least it sounds like it's going to get shipped soon. So hopefully I'm going to see it that soon too, because I'm pretty excited about that as well. So let's see. What else has been on the back burner there that we've been trying to get resolved? Yeah, Jeff, you're right. The Pits has been selling really good. Of course. I mean, it's a 279 is a screaming deal for a plane that big, for especially a biplane that big. That was a screaming deal. So, and that's where most of my recommendations, guys, about everything in this hobby are based on value. Okay, not brand, not any personal vendetta against anybody. It's value. I'm a very frugal guy. Okay, I don't have a lot of money. I got to make it go as far as I can, and I don't make judgment calls on a whim. I do a lot of research before I buy anything, and yeah, I agree, George. It's been killing me that I've had to wait, but with this damn virus thing going on, it's I didn't have a choice. Um, I checked if anybody locally had the Pits in stock. Graves in Orlando supposedly has it. I didn't call him because honestly, I don't want to drive all the way over there to get it. It's a 2 hour drive over, a 2 hour drive back. Fuel costs, 4 hours of my time and the fuel costs. I'm just gonna wait. I didn't want to go there. So, how you doing, Mikes? It's good to see you, man. Um, yeah, that's that's true, Dennis. You can't be mad at people that are sending you free stuff. You can, but it's kind of not kosher. So anyway, so okay, so let's talk about the elephant in the room. It's just this big, beautiful plane on the table here. This is some of you guys might know what this is. This is one of Flex Innovations' go-to planes for pretty much everybody. It's the Extra 300 QQ. This is the night version. It does light up, not very well. This was one of the early ones. They did a horrible job lighting it. Yeah, yeah, I could go to the villages. It's funny you say that, Marshall. I'll save that for another time. But yeah, anyway. Um, so, uh, so there's a guy out the field that buys these, like in packs of five or six, because he crashes them a lot, and then he gives them away. And he's given a bunch of them away to other guys at the field that can't fly, and end up just destroying them anyway. And I keep telling them, listen, you're really not doing these guys any favor, because when you give them a free airplane, they don't respect it because they didn't have to work for it. They're not going to do anything, you know, special. They're just going to crash the damn thing, and then they're not going to care because they didn't pay anything for it. And he goes, yeah, I know, but they don't have anything, and da 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 da. So last Saturday, or was it Sunday? No, it was Sunday. So Sunday, he gets there and he pulls in right next to me, and he opens his trailer, and I see our field. Yeah, I'm controlling the villages for some tail, sorta. Not really. Um, just looking. I'm window shopping, guys. I'm window shopping. Okay, just looking. Anyway, So he opens the back door, and here comes Crash, our field mascot, over, and Johnny pulls out a Mamba 60 that he crashed. And he gives it to Crash, and because he's not going to fix it, you know. And he told Crash, hey, maybe you can use it for some spare parts or whatever. You know, here you can have it. And I see Crash walk away with it. So I look at him and I say, can you do me a favor? And he looks at me and says, what? What's that? And I said, the next time you want to give away an airplane, can you give me one? Because, yeah, I'd really like to have it. And he goes, you want an airplane? I said, yeah. And he says, well, come here, I'll give you an airplane. So he walks me around behind the trailer, and he's got this big, giant, jet-looking balsa plane that he started building 15 years ago and never finished it. So he's got the wing there, and he's got the fuselage there, and he covered it in gray monocoat, partially. And it's not even, none of the control surfaces are there. He hadn't even made them. Doesn't have the plans anymore. Doesn't have the wood for anything anymore. It's got no canopy for it. It doesn't have anything. It's got a motor on the front of it, a nitro motor with no carburetor on it. I'm looking at it like, well, I'll take it. I mean, I could fix it. I mean, it was not like I couldn't make it work. I can make it work. So I said, yeah, I'll take it. He says, well, you can have it. I said, okay. And I see that he's got 3 of these extra 300s stacked on top of each other, you know, just thrown on, because that's what he does. He does, you know, he's got this big trailer. He doesn't have a shelf in it, a rack in it, nothing. It's just a big open trailer, and he just throws his airplanes in the back of it. Doesn't do anything to protect them. You know, now there are a couple planes that he cares about. You know, big big wooden ones. You know, 72-inch, 80-inch, 90-inch. You know, big gas pattern planes or 3D planes, and he's not a 3D pilot. He just buys the planes to fly. He can't fly 3D. So this one's sitting in there, and the tail is broke off right here at the counterweight, straight across here. That's broke off. The ailerons are all the hinges are off. The ailerons are off. The hatch is missing. The spinner's missing. The elevators were not connected anymore. It has the 2 boxes. One slides inside the other to lock the 2 together. Well, I guess he had cartwheeled it hard enough that he had pulled those apart, you know, and they weren't connected. The landing gear was all bent up, and the wingtips are on upside down. For any of you guys that have this plane and notice that, because there's a plastic rub strip right on the top here that's supposed to be on the bottom, so that if you do a turn on the ground, a ground loop or anything, and it drags the foam on the ground, this plastic protector is supposed to protect it. Well, they're on upside down, so the protector's on the top, not on the bottom. So that doesn't help either. So, and I know you can't see it in the picture, a little bit, but there's a ton of hanger rash on it. There are dents and dings, and it's filthy dirty. I cleaned it the best I could. I'm going to try something. I'm going to try using a dental pick and see if I can spray. There's a lot of foam, a lot of dirt down in the pores of the foam, and I'm going to try seeing if a dental pick, a water pick, will spray the dirt out of the foam cells. So I'm going to try that and see if I can get some of the dirt out of the cells to clean it up some more. I've already fixed some of the dents. The canopy was all dented up, so I used the feather fill and sand on that, and I've sanded the hell out of it, and it's perfect. So I'm going to throw a coat of paint on that to fix the canopy, and then now this is a night fly, so I don't want to put too much filler in the wing area where the lights show, because it'll screw up the the light won't show through the filler. At least not as well as it would if it was just foam, and I'll have splotches, dark splotches. So I don't want to do that if I can help it. And it's all cosmetic, guys. So I got to work on the plane immediately. As soon as he gave it to me, I started working on it. And he about 10 minutes later, I had this glued on. I had the ailerons glued on. I'd straightened the landing gear, and I was working on putting the elevator back together. And he just looked at me and smiled, and he says, "You're going to have that thing ready to fly here soon, aren't you?" And I said, "About another 10 minutes. Yep, I'm going to be flying it." He just smiled and laughed. I said, "John, you have no idea how much I've wanted this airplane, and you finally gave me one, so I can't thank you enough. I really can't. I know it didn't mean much to you because it was all busted up and stuff, but it means a lot to me, and I just can't thank you enough." So this weekend when I take it out, I ordered the parts. Got a new hatch coming. I got a new spinner coming. The only way you can order the hatch is you get both hatches, the one on the top, the one on the bottom, and a new cowl around the propeller, which I don't need. Oh, and the aluminum prop hub was bent. So I straightened the hub, and I glued on the ailerons. I glued the rudder where it was broke off. I straightened the landing gear all up nice. Put the elevator back together. Programmed it into my radio, and it was ready to fly. So, hey Ryan, good to see you, man. Spray it with kerosene and light it. Yeah, that'll make a night flyer out of it for sure. Yeah, it'll be well lit for a little bit, and then it'll be gone. So anyway, so that's I didn't have it programmed. I didn't know exactly how to program. I got the program, how to unplug number 1 and number 4, and then put bind plugs in both of them to bind it. So I got it bound at the field, but I didn't know how to program the mode switch, and that was fine. It was in stabilization, but not 3D stabilization. So it flew. I flew it around 3 times. I put 3 batteries through it. Yeah, it still has the Aurora in it, George. Yep, it was ready to go. I mean, literally, I just had to bind it. The Aurora's in it, everything. Yep. So, yeah, it was, like I told him when he gave it to me, you just don't know how happy you just made me. I mean, I really want this airplane. And it's kind of beat up. It doesn't look it in the photo there. I know it looks decent. And I filled a lot of this. This had a bunch of dings in it around. The cowl was good, but around the battery hatch here was in pretty bad shape. So I put a bunch of putty in there, sanded it smooth, so it looks pretty good now. I'll put it up here like that for a second. But it's got a lot of dings in it all over it. There's just dings everywhere. There's dents and dings and dirt. A lot of dirt right here and right here. That's when I'm going to try the water pick on and see if I can blow the dirt out of those spots. And if that works, then I'm probably going to just do the whole airplane and try to get it as clean as I can get it. And then I'll probably clear coat it. After I finish fixing all the damage, I'll probably put a clear coat on it. But it's coming out great. It flew great. I flew it Sunday after I got it fixed. And now I have the modes programmed. So now I have stabilization 3D. So I can't, because it was way too, I mean, I like my stuff really sensitive. And now everything goes, like this. Before it was doing this, and it flew. But now it's gonna fly now. It's going to do what it's made to do. Oh, Jeff, for free, it's awesome. For not free, it's still damn nice. I mean, it's a nice airplane, and for free, it's awesome. I'm just going to make it more awesome. I want Johnny to be proud of it. I want him to see that he gave it to the right guy, because this guy is going to make a nice airplane out of it and enjoy it for years. Unlike his other planes that he goes out to the field and the next day watches a guy crash it, and then they all laugh about it, and then it ends up in the burn can, and so inline 6. I'm not following Robert. What is an inline six? Are we talking about a car that I'm missing a conversation on? Or are we talking about this plane? Or what? What are we talking about here? Yeah, it's a Potenza. I guess that's the brand of that's the house brand for Flex, I guess, because they have batteries under that name. The airplane has Potenza on it. He has motors. The motors say Potenza on it. So everything that comes out of Flex Innovation has the name Potenza on it. They even have their own battery packs. So, so I'm just guessing that that's just their house brand. Um, oh, you have one of these, George? Yeah, that's cool. Um, yeah, we have a pond, so I can do a little tail dipping in our pond. You know, right there. It's next to the runway. Um, okay, Robert, I got it. So anyway, guys, I wanted to share this with you tonight. You know, just like Air Marshal got that V900 that was crashed and he rebuilt it. I'm doing the same thing here. This had been crashed many times, um, and it had some breakage, but more damage. I think it has more hanger rash on it than crash damage. I'll bet the tail broke from throwing another airplane on top of it. I know that the elevator came apart from a cartwheel. You know, that's what knocked it pulled it apart so that the two square tubes came unhooked and then they went back together missing. So they were independently moving. They weren't connected. So and they're taped on. You know, if you guys remember the old Park Zone planes, they used to put all the tail surfaces on with tape. You know, you'd slide it in on the spar, and then there's a plastic piece right here at the root, and the foam would slide up to the plastic, and you put a piece of tape over half the plastic, half the foam, and that's what held it together, and that's what holds this together. So I just untaped it, fixed it, and retaped it, and that's fine. So, I mean, I flew it all day Sunday. I flew 3 times Sunday, you know, in between other flights of other planes, and it flew fine. So I had to do a lot. The plane was set up terrible. I don't know who set this thing up, but they had so much flap in the ailerons. They were literally down. So you had to compensate with a lot of down elevator just to try to make it fly level. And it had a ton of down elevator and a ton of, down flap on the ailerons. There are no flaps, but when you got flaperons, if you've got this much reflection of the ailerons in neutral, you've got flaps, while you're trying to fly. So it was terrible. So I took 3 turns out of each one of these, and I still have to do one more. I'm going to raise them up one more to try to get a little more, because there's still some down elevator in it. I want to try to get some more of the down elevator out of it. So I'm going to reflex these up one more turn on each side. And but other than that, it looks, like I said, from the camera it looks great, and you can't see all the damage, and when it's in the air you can't see all the damage either. So it's fine. It's just sitting on the ground. You walk up and look to it and like, ugh, oh my God, what happened to that thing? Yeah. So I'm going to try to dial it up so it looks presentable on the ground. That's just because I like my planes to look good. I do that with all my planes. I don't fly anything that looks like crap. All my stuff looks good. If it doesn't look good, I fix it. So anyway, so that's what we got here. Super happy to have it. I can't wait to show the guy that gave it to me what I did with it. He's going to be very happy. He'll be very proud that I'm taking good care of his plane. He had 2 more of these in the trailer, and I know he's got at least 2 more at home. He goes through a lot of airplanes, especially a lot of these. You know, because once he's done a lot of damage to it, he just gives it away and pulls another one out. So I was lucky, right place at the right time. You know, all I said to him is, "Hey, you know, what happened to that 300 in there? It looks like it's seeing better days. You know, the tail's broke." And he thought of it for a minute. And he looked at it and he looked at me and he says, "You know what? That plane hasn't moved in 8 months. Do you want it? You can have it." And I said, "Yeah, I want it." So yeah, so he unburied it. He took the other 2 planes off of it, unburied it, and gave it. And it was filthy. Oh my God, there was an inch of dirt. Not dust, dirt. It was filthy. The thing was black. I mean, if I could get the camera in here close, this was clean. This big black spot right here on the top of this elevator or aileron, and the whole plane was it was disgusting. So I cleaned it all up there. I had a bottle of Cinch. It's like Windex, similar, and I just cinched the whole plane really hard. And the sprayer nozzle on that blew down into the foam and got a lot of the dirt out of the foam just using that. And then I had a couple bottles of water and I, you know, rinsed it with the water, and then I took some paper towels and dried it all off, and it looked like a brand new airplane compared to the way that it used to look. And now it's looking even better. You know, now that I got this all fixed, getting ready to paint it. I think I'm going to paint it silver to match the silver stripe. You know, there's a silver stripe on the tail right here. And I think I'm going to paint this because I have some paint that matches this silver. So I think I'm going to paint it silver. I think I'm going to put a coat of primer on it just to give it a prime to smooth out the last little bits of it. And then I think I'm going to shoot it with silver. Just to put a, you know, brighter canopy on it. So I think that's what I'm going to do. And then hopefully my stuff from Flex comes tomorrow. You know, Flex is only down the road for me a couple hours. You know, I could have gone and got it. It's not a big deal. I can fly it without the canopy or the hatch and without a spinner. I flew it all day Sunday, so it just would be nice to have that stuff on it so it looks better. But I'm going to fly it all day anyway. I don't care. You know, not going to let that stop me from flying it. Now that I have the mode switch connected and I can put it in the different modes, I'm really excited to fly it now. Just reading the chat here, guys. Trying to get caught up here. George, he's just not a very good pilot. You know, and he doesn't care. He's just an old guy, and he just loves the hobby. He loves these airplanes, and apparently he's got enough money that when it's time to buy another airplane, he doesn't even balk at it. You know, he's bought, I don't know, 3 or 4 Mambas, the 60 size Mamba. He's bought 2 of the, what is it, the 232, the Cap 232. He's bought a couple of those. I think he's going to buy the RV-8, which I highly recommend you guys. If you haven't flown an RV-8, man, what a beautiful airplane. Man, I love that thing. If I buy a Flex plane, it'll be the RV-8. That is just awesome airplane. Really love that thing. I got the opportunity to fly one, and it's a really good airplane. So flaps, I would get the Timber X. And you might as well get the night version one, because you know it glows in the dark. It's a fun plane to fly at night. So if you're looking at a Timber, get the Timber X, you know, and get the new one they just come out with, the night version Timber X. I got the opportunity this past week to fly a Timber X, and wow, what a great flying airplane that is! Nothing like the Timber. Holy crap! night and day difference of how good that plane flies. That's just a sweetheart of an airplane. I love the Timber X. So that's on my radar screens to get the night version one. I want another night flyer. I mean, I have 6 now, but you know, the opportunity to buy, you know, a night fly like that, and especially with all the, it's got lights all over it, and then it glows in the dark too. So yeah, that's a good airplane. So the Timber X is the one I'm going to be getting. Um, so yeah, so that's that would be my recommendation. Flaps is get the Timber X and get the night version, because one day you're going to be a good enough pilot, you know, and then you'll already have a plane that you can fly in the dark. You know, you're probably going to be a little leery of it at first, but trust me, that particular plane you're going to be able to see easily in the dark. So I highly recommend it. Yeah, I was going to get the Mamba, and now that I've flown the RV8, that's my plane. If I ever get enough money saved up to buy an airplane from Flex Innovations, that's going to be my go-to plane. Is get that RV8. Man, I really like that thing. I got the opportunity to fly it, and it's just big. It's big. God, it's huge, and it has such a good presence in the air. It's so big that it's like the T-28. You know, the Carbon Z T-28. That thing in the air is massive because it's so big, and this RV8's the same size, so it just looks fantastic in the air, and it's just a buttercup to fly. It really is. What a beautiful flying airplane. What isn't on my radar? Yeah. All right. Well, I'll be honest. And again, it's value. The only reason I love the airplane, I really love the airplane. It's beautiful. I love the color scheme and everything, but it's too much money. The P-51, the E-Flite came out with, you know, the 1500 version. It's just too much money. That's the only thing wrong with the airplane. I love the plane. I just don't want to spend that kind of money for it. So that's not on my radar screen. Now, if they ever drop the price on that thing or put it on sale, it might get on my radar screen. But yeah, that's. All right, Flaps, you're heading out. Well, have a good night, man. It's good to see you. Keep up the good work, man. Yeah, so that's the only plane that I can think of off the top of my head that's not on my radar screen. Not that it's not a great airplane; it's a great airplane. It's just too expensive, you know. So you know, that's just you know, if I can buy the air tractor for $269, I think it's a 1500 millimeter. You know, why do I have to pay $549? Isn't that what that Mustang is? $549 or something like that. Anyway, yeah, just too much money. You know, so I'm not. It's not on my radar screen. But yeah, other than that, you're right. Pretty much, Joe, everything's on my. You know, because I just love this hobby and I love these planes, you know. But yeah, there's a few that aren't. Most of the stuff from Flex is not on my radar screen because I can't afford it. It's just too expensive. You know, the Aurora in it, you know, they get $100 just for the Aurora. And, or Aura, however you want to say that. Yeah, I can't afford a Flex. I mean, this one's reasonably priced. I mean, this one you can get for, well, I think it's $289. And that's the night version, I think. Yeah, $269 for the air tractor. See, that's all over my radar screen. That's a value. You know, that's a great airplane for $269. So yeah, that one's on my radar screen for sure. The FMS Pits that I bought for $279 and been waiting 2 months for. Another one on my radar screen that I already bought. I'm still waiting for them to ship it. But yeah, it was a toss-up between the air tractor and the Pits. I couldn't make up my mind which one to get first. So I went with the Pits. I'm sure the air tractor will be in my stable I got to take a break from buying airplanes right now, guys, because until the garage is built, I got no place to put them. So we're gonna just hold off until the garage is built. So made some progress on that yesterday. Got more of the trees cut up and burnt. There's only one more tree that's got to come down, but I still have 3 that are already down that I'm still cutting up and burning. And then I have to, I'm still trying to pull the big tree down. So we're going to get back on that. Like I said, it rained all day. It's supposed to rain all week here. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to go out flying this weekend. It's supposed to rain all week. So I know the other channels have been talking about radio, so I'm going to touch on it myself here for just a minute. Listen, I think it was I think it was Air Marshal that was talking about how all these radios are good. He's right. I mean, basically all the radios are good. Even the cheapy ones work fantastic. The toy grade, let's call it that. So it's not about, and especially the transmitter is not my focus. I went with the Taranis after 4 months of really looking at everything that was out there. I looked at the Aurora. I looked at everything from Spectrum. I looked at Futaba. I looked at High Tech. I looked everywhere, and weighed out what everybody was selling. But the real deal for me was, yeah, Ryan, not radios, was the price of the receivers. If you're not going to buy the Bind and Fly products, which I do, but I've got a lot of them. You got to put a receiver in everything you buy, and so how much does it cost to put a receiver in it? And then the telemetry, how much is that going to cost? So that's why I went with the Taranis, because the telemetry and the receivers are so cheap. And that was 6 years ago. Jeff, is the RV8 on sale right now for $499? Really? Wow, wow. Damn, that's interesting. So yeah, after a lot of 4 months of searching is when I pulled the trigger on the Taranis radio. And I know, and a lot of you guys say my radio is obnoxious. Listen, the radio doesn't make any sounds at all when you buy it. You turn it on and it says "Welcome to OpenTX," and that's it. It doesn't make another sound unless you want it to. It's dead silent. It makes no sounds whatsoever. It doesn't even make that beepy sound that the Spectrum radios make when you go off throttle. It doesn't even do that. It's absolutely silent. If you want it to make noises, you got to program that into it. You got to tell it you want it to be notified with a beep, with a value, with a voice, with something. It's entirely up to you how you set up the radio. It's absolutely silent when you get it. You program an airplane and it's still silent. You program the timer, and that's silent unless you turn on that you want to be beeped or notified verbally or whatever. But you have to tell it to do all that. It doesn't do anything on its own. It's absolutely silent. So if you guys want a silent radio, that one's as silent as any of them. I want it to talk. It makes a lot of noise for me. That's because that's what I want. So that's why. My radar just perked up. Yeah, because somebody said that the RV8's on sale for $449. Yeah, but is it on sale right now for that? $449? Is it? Because I have some stimulus money coming. I might have to splurge. that's the only reason, guys. I hype on the Taranis radio so much is because of the value. Uh, and now I'm hyping, and I don't even have one. And I tell everybody the jumper radio or the Mastercraft or whatever the sister radio to the jumper radio, because it comes with the Spectrum protocol in it with all the others. So you can buy your bind and fly planes and fly it with that radio. You can buy regular planes and buy the Taranis or the Free Sky receivers and telemetry because it's super cheap if you're going to use it, and you get that. I mean, it's just, the options are unlimited there. So, that's the radio. If I was in the market for another radio, it wouldn't be a Free Sky radio. It would be that jumper radio would be the radio I'd go with now. So it's $4.99 normally. Wow, I could have sworn I saw 5 something. Okay, well that's cool. Yeah, I wish I'd have known about the $4.49 deal. That'd have been awesome. And now that and again, all the technology I'm talking about, was 6 years ago. All that telemetry and all that stuff was available longer than that. But when I bought my radio 6 years ago, that's why I bought it. Ryan, what are you talking about? Warranty bye-bye. The night version is $559. Really? So $60 more for the night version, but the regular one's $4.99. Wow, I got to look at that again. Man, that's... Yeah, for some reason I was thinking, I thought the night version was right around that. I thought, or $5.89, but I thought the non-light version was like $5.39 or $5.29 or something there. I was thinking it was more than that. So $4.99 definitely sounds good. $200 driver. Good to see you, man. Oh, so you're saying, well, yes and no, Ryan. It depends on what the warranty is. If you have a radio signal issue and you bought a bind and fly plane, yes. But if you bought a plug and play plane and the problem with the plane had nothing to do with radio signal, they still warranty everything else. I've gotten a lot of stuff warranted from them. And I don't fly Spectrum. Well, I do, but not, I'm using their Spectrum protocol usually. But they warranty stuff for me all the time that's not, not related to the radio. Just a defect. And they've never even once asked me what I was flying it with. They haven't even asked me that. So, but yeah, I guess they probably would. If you told them, well, you lost the signal, radio problem, and they ask you, well, what were you flying it on? And I said, I'm flying with a Taranis. They'd say, well, we're not covering it. Yeah, I can imagine that. I don't blame them. I mean, yeah, why would they want to, Ray! I'll do that too. Ray! Good to see you, man. So yeah, I don't expect them, absolutely. Why would they want to radio, if you're not flying their stuff, then why would they warranty it? Perfectly understandable. But I haven't had that issue. They haven't denied any of my warranty claims over the years. So, and technically, I'm flying their protocol anyway. The module in the bay is their module. Okay, it's a Spectrum module in the bay. Once you put that in the bay, the radio signal's coming from that. The radio's dumb. At that point, all the radio's being used for the stick movements. The module's taking care of everything else, and it's their module. So, if they didn't want to warranty that, they shouldn't be selling the module. So, and I purposely bought the Spectrum module because I wanted their technology. I wanted to make sure I was flying any bind and fly plane I bought from them with their stuff. So I purposely paid a lot more money to get the Spectrum module. So that's what I've been flying with. So let's see. What else did I want to talk about tonight? There was a couple more things that I wanted to talk about. I bought from Pilot Ryan Media I think it's the S2100 smart charger. Awesome charger, guys. Oh my god, for $149. It's a duo, so it does 2 batteries at the same time, and it'll do 10 amps on each channel, plugged into the wall. So it's got a big ass power supply built in, and it's a little tiny charger. Love that thing. Oh my god, the quality, that thing is awesome. I only have 3 smart batteries. And it's kind of cool though, because when you plug a smart battery into it, all you gotta do is press the start button. It takes care of it. It charges it at the C rating that it knows that battery can take. So it automatically goes to, like, I think on my 5006 S pack, it charges it at 3C. And it made that all I hit was start. It made that decision on its own. I didn't tell it that. So it's charging it like 7.6 amps, on its own. So that's just freaking awesome. So very happy with that charger. For $149, I thought that was a very good deal. I was paying $115 for one that will only do 2 amps per side. It's only got a 50-watt power supply in it. No, it's 100 watt, but it's 50 watts per side. So it won't go over 2 amps on a 6S pack, which takes forever. That's not even 1C. It's a half a C, if that. Less than half a C. So it takes over an hour. Now I can charge battery in 20 minutes. Between that charger and putting that power supply on my other charger, I'm hooked now. I can charge batteries in a hurry. So I'm very happy with my S2100. I think that's what it was. The plug in the wall, duo, 2-channel, smart charger. And it does dumb batteries too. It's not smart only. It's just that if you're charging a dumb battery, you actually have to type in, how many cell it is and how many amps you want to charge it at. But it works great. And if you're charging a smart pack, it already knows what to do. You just press start. So it's a win-win. Very happy with the charger. I needed another one for all the 6-cell packs I'm charging, and that was perfect. That worked out beautiful. So real happy with that. Let's see, what else? There was some more stuff. I need to write this stuff down. Hamilton's Hangar. Hey, what's up, buddy? Man, we haven't seen you in forever. And you don't have a wrench for some reason, but you do now. I don't know why you didn't have a wrench. But you do now. Good to see you back. How does the fun zone? Randy, this isn't fun zone. I think I think you're thinking of the stuff that comes from Weekender Warehouse, the high tech stuff. Now this is the Flex Innovations plane, and it flies great. I've flown many of these planes over the years, and I always wanted one, and I ended up getting one, and I'm so happy I got it. Uh, it's you have no idea. This is awesome. I'm so glad I got this. Um, it cost me, I think, $52 for all the parts I needed to finish it. The hatch, the spinner, and the prop shaft, an extra prop. Um, yeah, I think that's all I bought. The hatch was 3 hatches, or 2 hatches and a cowl, and then I bought a prop, a spinner, a prop hub. Yeah, and shipping. Um, so yeah, so it cost me like $52 to finish it, and it'll fly the way it is. I didn't need to do anything to fly it, but I wanted to make it nice again. So I ordered what I needed to make it nice. Um, Shadow, you out of here? Hey, Troy. Good to see you, man. Haven't seen you in here forever. And I just noticed tonight my studio dashboard is working tonight. So that's cool. Farmer Man! Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Hey, you guys all can get a hold of me. I'm not I hadn't been keeping track of my super chat money, like writing it down how much I'm getting. And they're saying I'm only at $326. And I know you guys have given me more money than that, because they still haven't sent it to me. I guess on the first one you got to have at least $350. So they still haven't sent me any of my money yet. So all the super chat money you guys sent, I haven't received any of it yet. But I'm close. Um, I'm sure tonight I'll get enough to put me over the 350 if that's counting. But I have a feeling that there's a lot of money that's not getting to me. I don't know where it is. So if you guys remember or can look up how much money you've sent me, send me a message telling me how much money you sent me, so I can figure out how much money I really should have. Because I'm pretty sure it should be way over $326, which is where I think I'm at. You guys have been generous for the last 4 months, and I think that's how long I've had my. I finally got approved, maybe 3 months. Yeah, I know, Ryan. I know they take 30%. Right, I understand that. Um, right, Mike. I had over $300 the first night. Now that's, of course, they took 30% of that, but we're talking months now, and they still haven't sent me any money, and they say I've only earned 326. So I'm just kind of trying to follow up and make sure. So if you guys can do that for me, I'd appreciate it. If you can look up what you sent me and send it to me in an email or whatever, that I'd really appreciate it, and so I can kind of get an idea of what's going on. Where is the AdSense, Ryan, just to make sure I'm going to the right place. Where do I go to find that? Under studio, where is it? Yeah, Randy, I know I have to pay the tax, man. Well aware. And that I haven't paid him yet. That 30% isn't paying taxes. I still have to pay taxes on the rest of it. You know, that's just their cut. They take right off the top. You know. All right, Ray. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I can't wait to get it. I'm going to do a whole unboxing, install video on it. Um, yeah, I can't wait to see it. Right, Ryan. I'm pretty sure I did. I went in there and gave him all my information, my bank information, all that. Um, I'm pretty sure I got it right. Like I said, I haven't made 350 bucks yet, so they haven't sent it to me. You know, according to their tally, that doesn't match what I think I've made, but whatever. But they're saying I'm not at 350 yet, so they haven't sent me anything yet. Um, oh, speaking of that, I did get an email from them letting me know that they're going to send me a link in an email, and I have to send it back to confirm my account. And they haven't sent me that email yet because I haven't made 350 bucks yet. So I'm still waiting for that email so that I can confirm all the information they have so that they can send me my money. They haven't sent that yet. They were preparing me. They said it's going to, now that you're, a member of the club kind of deal, we're going to send you an email to confirm your information, and just reply to the email so that we're, confirming that we're sending the money where you want it to go. And they haven't sent me that email yet because I haven't gotten to 350 yet. So, yeah, Hamilton's hangar. Yeah, I fly a lot of balsa planes. I got a bunch of them. Currently, I'm flying a 1800 millimeter Beaver, de Havilland Beaver. That's all balsa. I'm flying a Rascal 60. I think it's what it's called. That's all balsa. I'm flying that. I love both those airplanes. They're great airplanes. I really like the Rascal. It's just a good little airplane. I really like. I'm so sorry they discontinued that. And I have two versions of it. I have the real Rascal, and then I have the copy Rascal that comes from what's the name of that hobby shop? Value Hobbies, I think, makes a copy of a they have a copy of a Rascal, and I have one of those too. So those are balsa. What else have I got in balsa? I'm working on my quarter midget. I'm recovering it. That's all balsa. I'm gonna fly that. I've got a SIG, a clipped wing Cub right here. SIG. This is all balsa. I have to finish it. I got it on a trade when I had my hobby shop open, and they. But here's the wing. Let me dig this out of here because I don't like it back here anyway. There we go. So yeah, here's clipped wing Cub wing. This is balsa. Silken dope, covered, painted. Um, it's got a few little issues. One of these strut mounts pulled out of the balsa. It looks like they, it's got a long barbed thing on it, and it looks like they cut it off because they didn't want to drill a hole that deep, I guess. So it didn't stay in the wing. They glued it in, it didn't stay. So I got to fix that. I don't know what I'm going to do with that. I might just replace it, make sure it stays on. But yeah, this is did a nice job covering it. It's pulling off right here a little bit. So I might have to get some paint, and I'll put a little glue and a little paint there to fix that. But overall, this is in really good shape. The ailerons are on a bell crank inside the wing, so it's a single servo to operate the ailerons. That's old school. This is a very old airplane, but it's never been flown. So this is the wing, and the fuselage is sitting right there. But this is all balsa. I have one of those master, what do they call that damn thing? Let me look. Hang on a minute. So I have a SIG Cadet Senior. That's the big one. Big SIG Cadet Senior. That's balsa. So I have that. Been flying that. What else do I have that's balsa? Got a bunch of balsa planes I haven't even put together yet. You know, this... I had it out here the other day. I don't know if you guys saw it. The box right here. Let me grab it. This is another SIG plane. This is the T-Clip 70. This is a balsa plane. This is brand new in the box yet. I haven't even put this one together yet. So this is going to be another balsa plane. Beautiful airplane, by the way. This thing is gorgeous. So yeah, so I still have to put this one together. What else do I have that's balsa? Got a little Sportster balsa plane up there. I haven't flown that one, but it's ready to fly. Just to put a radio in it. Actually, it has a long wire. I think it's a Futaba long wire receiver in it. So if I wanted to dig out my 72 megahertz radio, I could fly that one with the receiver that's in it. Yeah, guys, it's just tough. All these beautiful airplanes come out all the time. You know, I mean, Horizon and Motion are killing me with all the beautiful stuff they're making. You know, and I want them all. I can't have them all, but I want them all. So every time I get a new airplane, you know, I can't stop flying. Oh, I got something I wanted to tell you guys. So, my EC 1500. I was flying that this past weekend, and guys were telling, you know, they were so impressed. The little green and white plane I got from Hobby King, the TTX, is that what it is? Yeah, the Cessna TTX. So I flew that thing for 19 minutes. And the guys came over and go, "What size battery did you have in that?" I said, "Well, that was a 2200 3-cell." "Oh my God, you were up there forever." I said, "No, you want to see a plane up there forever, you got to see the EC 1500. That plane flies forever." So I threw my 5300 4-cell in that, and I was fooling around with it. So I did a JATO assist takeoff kind of thing. You guys, you just don't know. If you put full flaps and hammer the throttle, it's off the ground in less than 3 feet and goes straight up. I mean, you got to hold down elevator if you got the flaps on to get it to stay straight up, or it'll just do a loop. But I flipped the flaps off and I just climbed straight up about 400 feet. And I shut it off. And then I put half flaps and I was gliding it for a good 2 or 3 minutes. With the motor off, just gliding around. And that plane thermo's fantastic. If you get into a thermo with that plane, it'll just start climbing. It'll gain altitude like a glider. It's amazing. So I'm flying it around, and then I flew it for the rest of the flight scale. You know, just cruising, nice cruise speed. 35 minutes. I had it up there for 35 minutes, guys, on that 5300. If I hadn't done the JATO takeoff thing, I could have gotten 40 minutes out of it. Out of a 5300 4-cell. On a twin-engine airplane. It's amazing. That plane is amazing. I fly that thing a lot, guys. I love that airplane. I really do. That is just a fun airplane to fly. You know, it's got so much power. It's pretty damn fast. And it's got power. I mean, it'll go to the moon. I mean, it just won't stop. It'll go straight up until you shut it off. I mean, I flew it into a cloud one day. I was probably about 600-700 feet up, I think. I went up until it hit the cloud. We had some rain clouds coming over, and it disappeared in the cloud. So I just full left rudder, full left aileron, or full right rudder, full right aileron, and throttle down, and just waited till it spun out of the cloud, and then started flying it around again. But yeah, it's just it has no limit. It'll go straight up, man. It's just unbelievable power in that thing. And it's pretty damn fast. So it's just a lot of fun to fly. I love that airplane. It's one of my go-tos. That one, it fits in my front. I take the wings off to transport it, and it fits in my front seat beautiful. So it's always in the car, you know, because I just leave it in the front seat. It's always in the car. I might as well just leave it in there. And, yeah, so I love that airplane. And I'm going to go for 40 minutes. I'm going to do a nice, gentle takeoff instead of the JATO, and see if I can get at least 40 minutes out of it. I think I can. Oh yeah, is that what I meant 400 feet. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, that's yeah, you're right. Thank you for correcting that, George. I was mistaken. Listen, guys, I had my glider up at 2,486 feet one day. Come and arrest me, FAA. Come on, come and find me. So, yeah, I had my glider way up there one day. So, yeah, I'm an outlaw. You know, I flew my toy airplane over 400 feet. I guess you need to put me in jail. I'm a criminal. Yeah, I'm just as bad as those looters that destroyed the mall or tried to, and yeah, that's me. I'm one of those guys. Nope, line of sight, Hamilton's. Yep, I literally was sitting in a chair, um, leaning back and looking up. You got it when you're that high. It's got to be straight overhead. If you're off out you'll never see it at that altitude. You won't be able to keep the orientation. You know, all I could see was the X. You know, I couldn't see the tail feathers at all. It was too high. I could just see the X and the X was moving that way, so I knew I was flying, you know, I could tell what direction it was going because all you can see is a tiny little X up there at that altitude. You know, it's, but my GPS was telling me, you know, the radio was talking to me, everybody was watching. Christ, I had, you know, 8, 10 people standing around me. They couldn't believe it was that high, and then they're listening to the radio, giving me altitude, you know, because of the GPS, and they were just amazed. You know, a couple of guys couldn't see it. They never did find it. Yeah, I'm a rebel. But yeah, it's that was my Bird of Time glider. You know, I had it powered, and I took it up, I don't know, about 400 or 500 feet on the motor, and then I started sniffing thermals, and I was up for over an hour, and I brought it down. You know, I've been up long enough. I was tired, so I forced it down. I could have stayed up much longer than an hour. There was just tons of lift that day, so it just kept going up. I mean, it was clocking off on the radio, you know, 50 to 100 feet every 6 seconds. You know, it was crazy. It was just going up like crazy, and the motor was off. It was just gliding. You know, I had 10 people as witnesses, Jermaine. So, but yeah, there wouldn't have been any video to see. You couldn't. There's no way you'd see the airplane on video. All you would have seen is blue skies, or if the camera was on me, you'd see me, and you'd be listening to my obnoxious radio. Yeah, that everybody says talks too much. That's what you'd be listening to. That, you know, I know none of you want to see that. So I think what I'm going to do Saturday, I'm going to try doing a video of me going to the field. I'm not going to film the whole trip there or anything like that, but basically I'm going to have the car loaded, and I'm going to start the camera and say, okay guys, we're off to the field, got everything loaded, and here we go. And then I'll drive out the driveway, and then I'll cut the video at that. And then when I get close to the field, I'll start the video back up again. Okay, so here we are, we're coming into the field, and I'll drive in, and then I'll unload the car and show you what I go through and how many planes I have in the car and everything. And I'll be cutting in pieces, and it'll be a lot of editing. But I'm just going to give you a taste of my day of RC from start at the house to the field, and then the same thing coming home. I'll pack the car, I'll videotape, and I might do a time lapse. I don't know. I'll pack the car and come home. Or if I bring the tent, you'll watch me put the tent up, you know. But I'm going to try to document the whole thing, and then I'll edit it and I'll put it up. I think I'll try to make it entertaining for you. I just thought that I watched, Trent Palmer does a lot of this stuff, where he documents flying here, flying there, and I just thought, maybe you guys would like to see, me document my day of flying. So I figured I'm going to do it. I'll try to do it as entertaining as I can, and hopefully you guys will like it. So, JCB67, welcome, man. I haven't seen you in a while. Got a lot of guys I haven't seen in a while here. It's good to see you guys. Chinooks are boomers. Well, if you're talking about the sound they make when they fly, yeah. That's funny, Dennis. Yeah, Hamilton's. Yeah, I spend the night out at my flying field quite a bit. I haven't pitched a tent yet, but I just bought a tent because I'm gonna now. So what's been happening lately, and I don't know what the hell happened, but anyway, we have 44 acres where we fly. The property's 633 acres. but it's cow, and you can fly in all that other area, but the area that we fly in is 44 acres, and it's fenced off so that the owner's cattle can't get on the flying field. But there's a field adjacent over here to the northwest that's full of cattle, and I fly over there all the time. It's all mowed down. There's no trees over there either. So I'll go down our runway and bank off to the right and go over and fly over that big field over there and make my big turn and then come back. So I fly over there a lot, and then I fly over the trees way out there on this the south end of the field. But at the north end of the field, we have trees. That's the pit area, and we all park under the trees. And he's got a big Connex out there that he has a stove in and a bunch of cooking gear because he cooks all the time out there. Makes chili, makes he's got 2 of those barbecue grills that you would see at the park. You know, that are on a pole in the ground. So he's got 2 of those out there that we cook on. And he's got a regular oven in the Connex, so if he's making pies, because he's got blackberries growing in the field. I think blackberries and blueberries both. And he picks them and makes pies. So he'll bake fresh pies out there and all kinds of stuff. So where the trees are and where the Connex is there, and he's got 2 giant canopies that he's got staked down on the ground there to keep the rain on. And he's got picnic tables under them for us to eat off of and stuff. And there's trees all along there, and everybody used to park right there. When I started flying there 4 years ago, everybody used to park right there by the canopies. And, I was the new guy, so there's no assigned spots. But you got to have respect for your fellow guys, right? And they've paid their dues. They deserve their spots. I don't take other people's spot. So all the way down at the west end of the field is a giant tree, and nobody goes down there. Nobody parks there. It's been empty for years. Nobody ever goes down there. So I was like, well, I'll go park over there. I know everybody else is over here, but it's shady. It's a nice big tree, and so I park over there. And I've been over there by myself for the last 3.5 years. Nobody ever parks over there. And then all of a sudden this year, nobody's parked over here anymore by the Connex. Everybody's parked under my tree. Like 11 of us are over there at one time. And then there's a few guys, the big 3D pilot guys have their own spot over here. But everybody's under my damn tree now. And if I want my spot, I got to get there at 5 in the morning. Which means I have to leave here at 4 in the morning. So it sucks. So, and then if I want to, I do the same thing Sunday if I want my spot. So what I've been doing is just spending the night. I sleep in my car and spend the night. And so I've got my spot, the next day. And so now I'm going to pitch tent. I'm going to go out probably on Fridays. I don't think I'm going to go tomorrow, though. But I'm probably going to start going out Friday afternoon. Do some night flying Friday night. I'll pitch my tent when I get there in the afternoon. And then I'll fly and do some night flying and spend the night Friday. And then again Saturday. Same thing. Spend the night Saturday. And then Sunday afternoon I'll pull the tent up and pack it. Fly all day Sunday and then go home. Save a lot of gas. Don't have to drive back and forth. I'm going to get my spot because I'll already be there. Yeah, it kind of sucks that I had to do this, but I want my spot. I've had the same spot for 3.5 years now, and I want my spot. And all these new guys that are flying out there, you're pitching a tent right now. Dave, way too much information, dude. Way too much information. Turn that shit off. You're supposed to be watching this show. Turn that other shit off. God. Oh, that's hilarious. So anyway, yeah. So I bought this really cool tent. You guys can look it up if you want. It's sold from Walmart. It's called. What the heck is this? This looks like a decal off of something. I think it says modes modest. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's some kind of little sticker. It's called an Ozark Trail 16 person tube tent. So I just got one of those. It's not the tent I wanted, but I bought two of the other ones. They wouldn't ship them. So I've got my money back on one. Still waiting for my money back on the other one. Ordered this one, and it was on this particular tent. Walmart was offering next day shipping, so I got it the very next day. So I already have it. I ordered it and got it the next day. It's sitting here, ready to go. It's a big son of a bitch. I'm not going to have any trouble at all putting all my airplanes inside the tent at night to keep the dew off of them. And Bo doesn't mind if you want to spend the night out there. Several guys do. They're not pitching tents. They have giant trailers, 30-foot trailers. They're towing in, and they have them set up really nice. They've got shelves on the walls and racks on the walls to put all their airplanes and parts and wings and whatever, and then they're right down the middle. They'll put a cot. It's got air conditioning in it. These guys know how to do it, man. They've got nice rigs, beautiful setups. So there's 2 or 3 guys that do that and spend the nights in their trailers. I don't think I'd spend the night in my trailer when I finally put it back on the road. Right now it's full of stuff from the old house. When the garage gets built, I'll get it emptied. But I don't know that I'd want to stay in the trailer anyway. I might. It's only a 16-foot trailer, so it's kind of small. And have all the airplanes in there and have room for me to sleep in there is going to be tight. So the tent might work out better anyway. If nothing else, at least I can put the planes in the tent for the night, keep the dew off of them, and I can sleep in the trailer if I decide to go out that way. I don't know. But for right now, since the trailer's not available, the tent was a good option. So we're going to try the tent out this weekend. I don't know if I'm just going to go out super early Saturday morning. Usually I don't have to fight for my spot on Saturday morning. It's usually Sunday morning. So if I go out there, and if I'm there by 7 on Saturday, I'll have my spot. And then by Saturday afternoon, I'll pitch the tent and spend the night Saturday night, and I'll know I'll have my spot for Sunday. And so that's what I'm going to do this week for sure. Unless it's raining, which we're supposed to get rain all week, so I don't know what's going to... It poured all day today. So we'll have to see what happens this weekend. But, yeah. So that's the deal. That's what I bought the tent for. I'm hoping it... just looking forward to trying it out. I'm kind of excited about the tent. Very excited about flying this now in 3D mode. I didn't have the Sunday when I fixed it, put it all together and flew it. I didn't have the mode switch set, so I just flew it in normal mode, normal stabilization. It's got 3 modes: no stabilization, just regular airplane mode, stabilization on airplane mode, and then stabilization on 3D mode. So I was flying it with stabilization on normal mode, not 3D mode. So now it's working where I can switch it to the different modes, and I'm looking forward to flying it in 3D mode because the plane flies awesome in 3D mode. I've been flying these for years, other people's, out of the field, and I've wanted one, and now I got it. So I'm super stoked, guys. I'm really happy I got it. I got some more repair work to do on it, but I'll just do that little at a time. It's nothing that's going to keep me from flying it. It's ready to fly. I've been flew it all day Sunday, so so it's already been maidened. It flies fine. Now I'm just trying to make it pretty now. It's used. I know you can't tell on the video there, because I'm looking at it, and it looks pretty damn good. But trust me, if you were standing here looking at it, it's rough. It's really rough. It's in pretty bad shape. This guy really abuses his stuff. So, it didn't affect the way it flies. It just looks bad. It flies fine. It just looks bad. Yeah, Paul, that's happened several times. That's why I'm going to pitch the tent under the tree. So hopefully, unless someone's hovering a plane really, and tail tipping, chances are they're not going to be able to hit the tent, because they have to come down through the tree, and you're not coming through this tree. It's a giant tree. So, um, an oily, dirty man? What are we talking about, Dave? What am I missing up here? All right, guys, let's not talk about riots. We don't. That's not. I don't even kiddingly. Let's just stay away. Let's stay away from that subject. It's just a sore subject right now. Oh, a skinny dipping party at Air Marshals. Oh God. Listen, guys. You know the Fred Barron. Oh my God, dude! Thank you so much. That is freaking awesome. Yeah, it's a camping. Camping funds and chlorine for Dave's pool party. So what I'll do is I'll bring the tent and I'll pitch it in the front yard at Dave's house, and we can all stay in the tent and swim in the pool. Sounds like a plan. Let's do that. Let us know when to come up, Dave. Dave will supply the chlorine, and I'll bring the tent, and we're going to have a party. So, it's on. And you know what, Dave? You don't even have to be there. If you and Amy have to go, it's fine. We'll let ourselves in. Thanks. So I have an off-topic question to ask you guys about the stimulus money. How many of you guys have gotten any of it? I got my $600, or no, how much was it? $1,200? Yeah, $1,200. I got the $1,200. But then they were talking about the unemployment for $600, I think. 33,000 gallons. Wow. Yeah, that's a lot of water. Holy shit, dude. So have any of you guys that are unemployed gotten your $600 a week unemployment checks? I got my $1,200 stimulus check. But I'm just curious if anybody's getting any of the other money they've been talking about. Roy, you got kids, right? That's why you got $3,400. But that money is not. I'm not. I'm interested in the unemployment money that we're supposed to be getting $600 a week. Dave Marshall, you were talking about you were going to go back to work. You were going to just sit home and collect that check. Are you getting that money? Are you getting? So you are getting your $600 a week, Dave? Almost $1,000 a week in unemployment. Wow, that's fantastic, dude. So my question is, right, Dennis, and I've heard similar things, and that's why I'm asking. What have you guys heard? What am I supposed to be getting? Does it matter if you were part-time, full-time? You know, what's the story? What do you guys know? Let's talk about this for just a minute. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but yeah, so I'm not back to work yet. And I haven't gotten any of the unemployment. I finally, I don't know if you guys know, but the unemployment websites have been down big time. And so I was able to sign up for it a month and a half ago, I think it was. I got on late at night before they were taking the thing down at night. And so yeah, 7 weeks, right, Marshall? So yeah, I applied for it, got an email, and then that's it. And I hadn't heard anything, and I hadn't gotten anything, and I was like, what's going on? So they sent me an email today, finally, that said the website's up, but only certain hours, and I have to go back online and finish my application or whatever, which we really didn't. I just had to go on and confirm that they had all my information. That's all it really was. But it took me 3 times, over an hour each time, because when you click on the link they give you in the email, it takes you to the website and puts you in a hold. There's a little running man at the bottom of the screen, and he's running, and it ain't moving. He's just running. And you come back 10 minutes later, and he's moved a quarter of an inch. He has to run all the way to the other side of the screen before it's your turn. So you have to sit there and wait. And wait. And wait. And then I get in, and then the thing shuts down, and I lose my connection at their end, and I have to start all over again. I had to do it 3 times, and I finally got through the last time. And it finished. So now I'm good. I haven't got any money, but at least they're going to send it now. But my question is this is Florida State unemployment I'm getting, not the federal. I'm only getting 131 a week for a total of, I think the maximum is 1532, which they're just going to give me. So I'm going to get a check for 1532. Probably in a month. Probably take a month before I see it. But what's the $600? Am I supposed to get the $600 federal and my state? Is that how it works? I was only part-time. Am I still going to get the $600? Or do I not qualify? I'm asking guys because I don't watch the news. I watch YouTube. That's, if I'm watching television, I'm watching YouTube. I'm watching your shows. I mean, I go out and watch your shows. see what you're up to, see what's going on. I watch some documentaries, but all I watch is YouTube. I don't watch the news. I don't watch because it's just too depressing. I'd put a bullet in my head if I had to watch the news. Okay, so you think I had to work at least 30 hours a week. Well, I didn't do that. I was only part-time. I was getting 20... I mean, I had worked a couple times 30 hours, but not regular. I think I was only working about 23 hours a week. 23 to 28, I think, somewhere around there. So 600 a week plus regular benefits. Okay. So I guess I have to go on the federal site, but am I qualified to even get that money, or am I wasting my time to even bother? You know, if I was only working like 23 hours a week. Right, Matthew, I know. It's everything's broke. It's still broke. I mean, like I said, it took me 3 times today at over an hour each to finally get it. And all I was doing, I wasn't signing up for anything. They had all my information. I just had to sign in and click that all of their information is correct. That's all I went there for. You know, it wasn't signing up. I already did all that. You know, now it was just confirming. And then they told me I have to get my check, I have to sign back in on the 8th, or between the 8th and the 18th. I have a 10-day window, which I'm probably going to need to get signed back in. So, Jermaine, I have to do the request payment. Really? So you're getting the 600 just from filing your Georgia unemployment? Okay. So that's what I was wondering. Do I have to do both, or am I automatically going to get the... Did you get any kind of confirmation about the federal money, the $600, Dave, or did it just come with the other money? You know, it just automatically came. How did that work for you? So I should just get it with my unemployment check. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen anything either, Matthew. You know, like I said, I couldn't even get back on the website. I tried several times, and it was systems down, systems down. They're shutting the thing down. Listen, I'm not talking to anybody. I go on the system, and I just confirm the information. It comes, but they're shutting the damn thing down at 8 o'clock. Why? You know, why can't I go in at 3 o'clock in the morning when nobody else is on and do what I want to do? Why do I have to take a spot in the queue for someone that has kids and a life that I don't have, and gum up the system until 8 o'clock at night when I can be on the system after that, and everybody else can have my spot during the daytime? I don't get it. I don't understand it. It's not like I'm, you know, having a conversation with somebody on the clock. It's all done computer. But they shut the damn thing off at 8 o'clock, and I don't understand why. It's just stupid. Because they tell you, if you're waiting, you know, if my little running man is running and it gets close to 8 o'clock, to don't bother, because you're going to get kicked off at 8 o'clock. Whether your little running man's running or not, at 8 o'clock it shuts down. Why? That doesn't make any sense. It's stupid. So while it was pouring rain today, I spent the whole day in holding pattern trying to get my confirmation of my unemployment, which I finally got. But, you know, I'm not going to see any money for a month. You know, it's going to be another week before I can go back on and confirm again, because I have to confirm it again. And then they'll send the money out after that, which I'm sure is going to take weeks. So we're looking at minimum 3 weeks before I'm going to see any money. So how many airplanes did you go out and buy with that $7,000, Dave? Tell me you at least splurged and bought one. Yeah. Yeah, Jermaine, I was doing it at 3 o'clock in the morning. And it worked when I signed up. It went right on. Everybody's complaining, oh, the system's down, you can't get on, blah, blah, blah. And I went at 3 o'clock in the morning and got right on and went right through it. Boom, 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 and it was done. It was wonderful. But now, they're shutting the thing off at 8 o'clock, and they tell you that, you know, when you go to the page, it says, you know, the system, you know, you're in line, you're in hold, you're waiting in line, and if you're close to 8 o'clock, you know, don't bother because the system will shut down at 8 o'clock at night and you'll just get kicked off. And I'm like, really? Why? So, just stupid. I'm really bummed about that. Yeah, Mike, that was a good idea. I like your thinking. So you bought the pits and the citation. I kind of did the same thing. I bought the pits and the ASW 28 glider. Haven't seen either one of them yet. Bought them months ago, both of them. Haven't seen either one of them. Yeah, Dave. I know you, but when you get serious about trying to find a job, you're not going to have any trouble getting back to work. You're in one of the, you know, you got some smarts, so you're not going to have when you really want to get back to work, you'll be able to go back to work. So um, I wouldn't get, you know, too worried. I think you'll be fine. Yeah, my house is paid off. I don't owe any money on my house. I'm not going to be living under a bridge or anything. I'm good. Um, my taxes are like $600 a year, so yeah, I don't have to just do much to stay. You know, hell, you guys would keep me alive. Just, you know, all I'd have to say, guy, I'm a little short this month on my tax money. You know, can you help me? And you guys would be super chatting me because you like me. Thank you. I love you guys too. And that's all it'd take. I really wouldn't even have to go back to work. You know, I don't. I'm only working to buy more of these. You know, if I wanted to just retire, I could. Um, I can cut grass and make enough money to live on, since the house is paid for. So, yeah. Uh, all right, so I guess I'll just wait and see if that $600 shows up with my money from the state. Um, so nobody's got a clear answer for that, huh? Nobody knows for certain what the deal is. If it's part time, full time, you got to work so many hours. I know somebody said you had to work what 30? Did somebody say 30 hours? Or was that something my ex had said earlier? Let me back up a second here. Oh, and they approved another $1,200 stimulus check, right? Isn't there a second one coming like in November? Well, have you officially started looking for work, Dave, or are you still just kind of hanging out? Check this link. It should be good. All right, let me check it. It'll probably screw up my stream, but we'll see. Yeah, it's definitely lagging my system down already. Um, Sawyer, you're going to sleep? Really? It's only 11 o'clock. Well, I don't know what it is where you are. That's probably not fair of me to say. I could, you know, it could be 4 in the morning where you are. I don't know. So, yeah. All right, man. Well, have a good night. Sweet dreams. Thanks for being here. Um, glad you're here. Glad you were here again. Dennis, you're out of here too? All right, sir. Hey, I'm really glad you're here now. I know you said you were late to the party getting in my stream, but I'm really glad you got here. Oh no, it wasn't you. It was Dave Kowalski. No, who was? Which one? I can't keep you guys straight. Which one of you was it that just got here? Um, that you finally made it to my show. I think it was you, Dennis. Yeah, it's the same here. About 32 hours is part time, but I don't know if that makes any difference on the $600 or not. I'd heard it didn't. Everybody qualified for it. Business owners, everybody, qualified for it. And now I don't. You can't keep it straight. You can't believe the news. They get it all wrong anyway. I mean, they get everything wrong. So, yeah, you can't believe the news. So, absolutely, Dave. I don't blame you one bit. Take that vacation time. You've earned it. Um, you know, you'll be okay. Like you said, you just gotta, you know. Okay, so I'm reading the link that Michael sent me. Um, oh, and by the way, Michael, good to see you in the show. Thank you. I didn't really officially say hello to you, so um, Florida says it's now ready to pay federal pandemic benefits to those who have. So let's read what that says. This might be the very information I'm looking for right here. I don't know how long this link will take to open, and I probably can't get back to my chat. Yeah, this really drags my system down when I try to have two different things running at the same time. It don't like it. Okay, so Florida says it's now ready to pay federal pandemic benefits to those who have exhausted unemployment. Hang on a minute. No, I don't. Thank you, but I don't want your pop-up ad. Thank you. Go away. Thank you. Okay. So what's it say here? Let me read some of this. About 2 months ago, after federal pandemic aid under the CARES Act was signed in law, Florida is ready to administer aid to those who were unemployed prior to COVID related layoffs. Pandemic Emergency Unemployment Compensation is the federal program that provides up to 13 weeks of unemployment benefits to individuals who have exhausted regular unemployment benefits under state or federal law or have no right to regular unemployment benefits under state or federal law. So Floridians may be eligible for up to 275 plus 600 a week benefits. The additional 600 applies to weeks of unemployment benefit beginning March 29th, according to floridajobs.org. The first week a claimant can be compensated on the benefit is the week beginning March 29th, and the last payment week ends December 26th. In order to qualify for the Floridian, must be first complete and applicable to state reemployment assistance benefits, which can be found here. Yeah, I already did that. That's the part I did. April 30th, question and answer evidence. Before this week. We are building the system to be able to accept those applicants because there are federal dollars slated, said the additional. You see, they don't say. They don't say anything about how many hours you've had to work or if you were part-time, full-time. They don't even talk about that at all. I'm reading this whole thing here, and they don't even bring that up. It just says that the additional applied weeks unemployment beginning March 29th, according to floridajobs.org. The first claim, the $600. Yeah, so apparently, according to what I'm reading here, I qualify for the $600. I don't know. We'll see. I guess I'll just wait until I get a check and see if there's $600 in there with the other money. Kenny, got to check out. Oh, okay. So Jerry, you're heading out tonight already too. All right, man. Hey, I'm going flying tomorrow. I don't blame you. Have a good night, man. Happy flying. Keep the rubber side down. Your employer took the loan, did he, Jermaine? Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like I'm going to get it. I don't know. We'll see. I was approved for my unemployment with the state. So if I made so apparently if I qualified for the state, then I automatically qualify for the federal. So I should be getting man, I can't believe how fast this night's gone by. It's already 11:10. Damn. Yes. Sawyer, go get some sleep, man. But if you should happen to wake up, we'll be here. Come on back. Well, Jermaine, that's exactly. See, Dave said he didn't. That was the question I had. See, he said he didn't do anything federal. He just filed his Georgia unemployment, and the $600 check came with the other check automatically. So, and that's what I've been hearing, that if if you qualified for your state, that the federal's automatic. And and that's kind of what it says on the website that Michael just gave me the link to. Yeah, it'll be 6 a.m. before I know it. I know. And you'll be here helping me do it too. You're not kidding anybody. I know where. I know you haven't got a life either. You'll be here. All right, so we can get back to airplanes now. I pretty much, thank you guys. Appreciate the feedback. I think I've got it handled. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not sure what I'm reading is, because it's coming from a news station channel, so, and they get it wrong quite often. So, but we'll just have to see. Everybody I talked to, and Marshall even said it, that the federal money comes automatically. If you're getting the state money, the federal money comes automatically. So hopefully that's true. I know they have all my information because I did get my $1,200 stimulus check. Yeah, we're the pre-show for Dave's RC. Yeah, that which was funny last week. Mike, you probably weren't here, but about 6 or 7 a.m. I think it was, Dave popped into the show. He says, "Holy cow, you're still going?" And I said, "Yeah, Dave, we're just warming up for your show. We're gonna lead right into you." He was laughing. He couldn't believe it. So yeah, he got up in the morning, and here we were still going. So, yeah, Jermaine, I had to go on Florida and sign up for unemployment. Regular sign up. Just like always. The only thing I don't have to do is go on every week and prove I looked for a job. They don't want to be bothered with that. And they sent me an email this morning, and I spent all day going back on the website just to confirm my information. And I qualify, so I'm going to get my unemployment from the state. But everybody's saying that if the state's, got your information, that the federal money will come automatically with it. It'll come together. So, does anyone have Deuce's email? I have his phone number. If you want that, Gooniac, I can go get my phone. I've got Deuce's phone number. I don't think... I may have his email address. But I know I have his phone number in my phone. So if you want it, I'll give you that. Yeah. Yeah, so at 11 hours, which was... What time is 11 hours? Let me think a minute. So 12 hours would have been 9... so yeah, like 8 o'clock. A few minutes after 8. I know it was 11 hours and 7 minutes because I looked at my counter in the corner there. I had to go lay down because I just couldn't process anything anymore. I kept. I just couldn't process what everybody was talking about. Dave was talking about a lot of cool stuff, and I just was having trouble, just thinking. I wasn't nodding off per se. I probably kind of was, but it just wasn't. I couldn't process the information. I was just too tired, so I had to stop. But a bunch of people had come in we were back up to almost 20 people, I think. And I didn't want to shut it down with the people that just woke up and come in the room, so I let it run. I said, all right, you guys go ahead and chat amongst yourselves. I'm going to leave it running. I got to go lay down. if I wake up in 20 minutes, I'll come back out, and if you guys are still here, we'll keep going. I don't know how long I'll sleep. A lot of times I only sleep 20 minutes. But I got to go lay down. So, I left it running, and I ended up sleeping about 4 hours, I think. So when I came back out, yeah, there was nobody in the chat. So I just shut it down. And but yeah, we had a lot of fun that night. We were talking about all kinds. Dave, what were we talking about mostly? Submarine stuff, weren't we? It got, we were way off topic. We weren't talking about airplane stuff at all. We were way off topic. I forget everything we were talking about, but I think we were talking about hey, Mickey! What you doing, man? It's good to see you. Yeah, I think Mickey was here with Dave Marshall. Mickey, weren't you in my stream last week all the way to 9 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning? You were here, weren't you? You were one of my long hauler, all-nighter guys. You were here the whole time, I think. Weren't you? We were solving world problems. I don't know how much solving we were doing, but... yeah, we were talking about NASCAR because somebody was watching Jackson was watching it, and then he had to go on a run. So he was actually sitting someplace waiting for him to load his truck. Yeah, that's right. The crickets went off at 6:30. That's right, Honey Chuck. Yeah, I had a damned cricket right here in the garage that was chirping away. And then you guys couldn't hear it, but there's a rooster way the hell over in the subdivision. I can hear him barely if I'm outside. I can't hear him in the house. Good thing I'd go shoot that son of a bitch. If that son of a bitch was next door, it'd be dead. There's no way I'm going to listen to somebody's rooster at 6 a.m. Forget that shit. Oh, Jermaine, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's freaking awesome, man. Thank you so much. Oh, is that right, Mike? The cricket stopped chirping after I went to bed. That's funny. Hey, Helly, good to see you, man. We're dropping people off tonight early. Wow. I think we're up to about 38. Now we're down to 28. That's kind of unusual. We usually have a stronger late night crew than this, but that's all right. Hey, I understand. Some of you have lives. Some of you are going flying tomorrow, which is awesome. Good for you guys. I'm not planning on going flying tomorrow, but that could change. I may head out, but I'm trying to get some stuff done around the house here. Getting ready for the garage, so still working on that. But yeah, it's... Oh, I have some news that I'm kind of excited about. Not a big deal, guys. Kind of off topic, but just want to share. I have a new mower that it's only 2 years old. It's a big zero-turn Husqvarna MZ61, 61-inch cutting deck. Beautiful lawnmower. It's bright orange. It's this color orange. It's beautiful. So I put a mulch kit on it yesterday. And went out and cut grass with it. and I'm pretty impressed. That did a really good job. It's kind of, it gets laggy easily, so you can't cut big, thick, tall grass with it. It bogs down. But once you get it cut, it does really nice, and it's cutting everything up super great. So yeah, so I'm kind of excited about that. I've been playing with that all day yesterday. I was cutting grass with the new mulch kit on it, and that was pretty cool. So yeah, I had fun with that. Oh, Mickey, that was cool. Did you get that on the camera? The flyby? That's awesome, dude. That'd be cool. Mike, you're pulling the chain. Does that mean you're going to bed? Stop the bus. I need to get off. Okay. Okay, Mike. Here we're at your stop. You can get off. Have a good night, buddy. We'll talk to you later. Damn, Dave, that is a smart radio. Holy crap. So all that, oh, God, Ray, thank you, man. You are too kind, dude. That's just freaking awesome. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that, Ray. Thank you. Your words mean a lot. Thank you so much, man. That's inspiring, especially coming from you, man. That's awesome. Thank you, man. That's just cool. Thank you. Yeah, that was Dave's. You know, that's where Dave and I's fu came from. His fu farmer man. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, I was gonna do it, Dave. I had a nice Australian voice picked out, and I was gonna do it just for you, and I couldn't get the damn file to load. Um, I think George Watts. Thank you so much, buddy. That's awesome, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, George. Well, hey, have a good night. Sweet dreams. If you're going flying tomorrow, keep the rubber side down. Have a good day. And I'll see you probably in Dave's show tomorrow night. May see you in the morning when you wake up. We might still be here. You can say hi as you're running out the door to the flying field. Yeah, so I had this um, so I use a product called Audacity, and then there's another one I use that lets me cut and paste uh, text, text into verbal, and I could pick the woman's voice I want and everything. So I had it all fu Air Marshal, all done, and and I couldn't get it to save it off the damn internet. They changed the way to do it because people were doing it for free, and first they put background music in it to try to discourage people from using it. That didn't bother me. And then they changed the way I could cut and paste it out of the link, and I just couldn't make it work. It was driving me nuts. I spent a lot of time farting around with that trying to make that work, and I just couldn't make it work. So I'm going to have to try a different website now and see if I can make it work there. But yeah, because I've got other stuff in the radio I've put in there from doing this. So it's not like I haven't done it. It's just I wouldn't let me do it the way I used to do it. So I'm going to have to figure out a new way to do it. Yeah, if I ever come up to fly at your field, Dave, I'll definitely have it in the radio before I show up. Mine speaks in boyish. Yeah, if you want it to. Yeah, it's you can pick any voice you want. Oh, Mickey, that's now you're saying you live in Australia, right? Am I right? That's where you're from, right? Am I getting it wrong, or is it? So you think women have American women have a great accent? See, we love your women's accent, and you love our women's accent. I think that's hilarious. Right? Yeah. See, we're all on the same page. You know, you just said it. Dave just said it. I just said it. Yeah, it's hilarious how we're attracted to each other's accents when it comes to the women. I think that's hilarious. But yeah, I love a woman's Australian accent. You know, that's a turn on for me. Yeah, I'd love to swap with you. Let's make that happen. Yeah, the damn Navy guy's been out to sea too long. You like mute women. That was a good one. Good one, Tui. I like that one. I like mute women. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, there you go, Roy. Olivia Newton-John for sure. I'd take her home in a heartbeat. Man, in a heartbeat. Yep. Yeah. Oh, don't ruin it, Michael. Come on. Don't go there. I don't know who that is. Margaret Robbins? Or Robbie? Robbie? Mark? I don't know who that is. Oh, Dave, you know damn well it wasn't your looks they were after. Who are you kidding? You ain't kidding nobody with that one, dude. We all know better. It might have been the stripes on your clothes or something, but it damn sure wasn't your looks. Hey, where's Jeff's Customs? He's not in my stream here. Neither is Dustin. Where are you guys at? Dave's RC's not here either, but he might be bowling. I don't know what night he bowls. Doesn't he bowl on Wednesday night, or is it Thursday night? I don't know. Yeah, it was the tent he was pitching. That's what it was. Yeah. There, that might have been it for sure, yeah. I don't know though, was it a pup tent? Because that might have something to do with it too, you know. Oh my god, you guys are too funny. Apparently I do. I don't know who she is. Is she a singer or who is she? How would I know her? Why would I know her? I can look her up, but is she an actress? Is she a singer or who is she? All right, Dave. Hey, you did the marathon last week. You get a pass this week. You go take a shower and have a good night. I appreciate all you did last week, man. You were very entertaining. So, yep. You have our blessing to check out early. You have at least mine. So, if you get bored, come on back. We'll be here. All right, let me go look her up. Hang on a second. I'm going to be out of here for just a second. I'm going to go look her up. Okay. Looks like she's blonde, Australian actress. Okay. I don't recognize her, but yeah, she's good looking. Has she been in anything, any big movies that, I might have seen her in? She looks familiar. I just don't know what I've seen her in. It's 11:36 right now. Yeah. Yeah, these guys are in the same time zone as me. Yeah. Yeah, it's 11:36 p.m. on Thursday night. Foster's away. That's funny. Foster's is not good beer in Australia. Yeah, Dave would know. Now, if there's an authority on beer, it would be Dave. He's been all over the world drinking beer everywhere he goes, so he knows. Hey, Jeff Custom! I was just talking about you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. That's hilarious. I just said, hey, where's Jeff's Custom and Dustin? They're not in my stream tonight. And then, boom, there you are. It wasn't even a minute ago I said that. So, welcome. Good to see you, man. Nick's RC, welcome to the show, man. Have you been here before? I don't recognize the name. But welcome to the show anyway. Oh, well, good for you. I hope you used Pilot Ryan Media to purchase that jet there, Ryan. Oh, yeah, you've been doing some more of your film trailer movie stuff? Dude, you have a real talent for that. Holy crap. You could be making a living doing that. That's some really good shit. Very nice to watch. Yes, someone has to. Well, welcome again, Nick. Glad you're here. Yeah, put this on your Thursday night to-do list, man. Be in the Hangar 51 show. Love having you here. Oh, Jeff, I could talk about your stuff all night, dude. I mean, I absolutely love the work you do. Your videos are so freaking cool. Um, I actually had to bring my ex-wife in and show her one of them. I think it was the Corsair one you did, and she was amazed too. She says, "Wow, that really looks good." I said, I know, man. It's like I'm watching a movie here. We're getting ready to go. I'm gonna go to the movie. I gotta go see this movie. It's got a Corsair in it. I don't know what the hell. I gotta see this. Yeah, awesome stuff, dude. You have a real talent for sure. I was gonna tell you, you should do one up. Um, the new Maverick movie coming out. You know, the Top Gun 2. You should make one for that. Go online and find all of the trailers you can get, grab them all, and make your own version of it and put it up on your channel. I know they're going to bitch about, copyright crap, but just demonetize it. Well, I don't think you're monetized yet anyway. So, but put it up there and see if somebody doesn't contact you from a movie studio, because I bet they do. You're probably going to get a job offer. And that's a movie that's gonna get 10,000 hits in an hour. So yeah, I would do that if I were you. Put something together like you do, and I think you'll have a new career. I'll bet you one of the movie companies is gonna hire you. I bet you. You've got a real talent. I mean, you really do. That was impressive as shit, man. Oh my God, Dave, are we still talking about beer? Shit. I backed up to read your tweets. We're still talking about beer. Screw that. Are you leaving me, Michael? You're out of Dodge? Does that mean you're checking out? Or are you just being funny? Oh yeah, free beer is always good. If it's free, it's for me. I don't drink beer, but I'm just saying, if it's free, it's for me. Marshall's still talking about beer. That's funny. All right, so Dave, I have a question. Are you drinking a beer right now, and what are you drinking? I've got my Diet Peach Tea right here. You'll be back, Michael. Have a good night. We'll see you in a couple hours. As soon as it's a pee break time, you'll be up. You'll stop back in. Where you been, Fred? This beer conversation's been going on for almost an hour. Uh, yep, Matt, that's exactly what it is. It's a QQ Extra 300. It was a. We have a really nice guy out at the flying field. Super great guy, and like a lot of you in here, just he just does for people, and for all last month, every weekend he brought like 8 pizzas from Little Caesars out to the flying field every weekend. He brought them out, you know, to feed all of us, just because he wanted to. Just super nice guy. Not a very good pilot, but super nice guy. So he buys these by the truckload, the 300s, because he goes through a lot of them. He crashes them all the time, and he's always giving them away. He'll crash it, get tired of it, he'll give it away to somebody, and then grab another one out of this kit, his hobby room, and put it together and come out and fly that one until he crashes that one, and then he'll give that one away, and so on. So last weekend, Sunday, he comes out to the flying field, and he as soon as he got there, he opened his trailer and then walked over to the other side of the field to our field mascot, Crash. That's what we call him. And they both come back together, and he gives him a Mamba 60 out of the back of the trailer that he crashed. So the landing gear was ripped off of it. Half of one of the lower wings was off of it. But other than that, the plane looked like it was in pretty good shape. And he gave it to Crash, and Crash walks off with it. So I said to him, hey, I have a favor to ask. And he says, what's that? And I said, the next time you're going to give away an airplane, how about giving it to me? Because I'd really like to have one of your planes. And he says, you want an airplane? I said, yeah. He says, okay, come here. So he walks me over to the back of the trailer, and he's got this Balsa kit that he started 15 years ago and never finished it. And none of the control surfaces are there. The wing's not on the fuselage. It's all balsa built up, and it had some gray monocoat on most of it. It had a nitro engine on the front of it with no carburetor on it. And he says, you can have this. Do you want it? And I said, yeah, I'll take it. I'll do something with it. So he says, that's okay, it's yours. And I look up in the front of the trailer, and he's got 3 extra 300s just laying on top of each other, because that's what he does. There's no racks. It's a nice trailer. It's a little bigger than mine, tandem axle. There's no racks in it, no nothing. Just a big open trailer. And he just literally throws his airplanes in it. He doesn't throw them, but he just lays them on top of each other. He don't care. So this thing's got hanger rash all over it. I know it doesn't look like it in the video, but it's in really bad shape. It flies fine, but it just cosmetically, it's in bad shape. And I've already done a lot of work to fix it. So I'm looking at the one on the bottom, this one, and the tails broke off right here at the counterweight. Okay, So it was broke off there. The elevators were pulled apart because he probably cartwheeled it. And it pulled the two square boxes apart. That's how they're connected in the middle. So the two were working independently. That was no good. The ailerons were all almost, there was one hinge on each side. The outer hinge on each side was connected. The rest of them were off. So both ailerons were falling off. Prop shaft's bent. It's missing the hatch. The landing gear was all bent. The tail wheel was bent. I think that's all of it. And so I said, so you know, what's that 300, man, looks like it's seen better days. What's the story with that? And he looks at it and he goes, you know what? That plane hasn't moved in 8 months. Do you want it? You can have it. Yeah. So he gave it to me. And so while I was at the field Sunday, I went right to work on it. I got my picnic table out of the car and unfolded it and got it set up. And I put this on the table and started working on it. I put the ailerons back on. I fixed the rudder. I fixed the elevator. I got it all fixed. And everything's in it. The Aurora's in it. And I bound it to my radio. And he looked at me and he says, he smiles. He says, you about got that ready to fly, don't you? I says, yep, I'm going to have it in the air here in about 10 minutes. He just shook his head and laughed. Because he couldn't believe I fixed it that fast. And there was, I'm not kidding, at least 2 pounds of dirt on it. So I washed all that off, and I cleaned it all up. And I took it out and flew it. And I flew it 3 times. Now, I found out how to bind it to the radio, so I got it bound so I could fly it. But I didn't know how to set up the mode switch. So I was stuck in standard airplane stabilization on mode. That's all I had. I didn't have 3D stabilization. I only had the regular airplane stabilization. And I went out and flew it, 3 batteries through it, and I was just so happy to have it. I mean, it was a thrill to get it. It really was. I was so happy to get it. So I got it after I cleaned it up and everything. I got it home, and I went online, figured out how to set the mode switch up. So now it's working. I've got all 3 modes now, and I started fixing all the damage. So I've got the canopy completely, it's perfect. It's ready for paint. I'm going to tape it off tomorrow and paint the canopy. And I think I'm going to paint it. It was gray. You can see the gray on it. I think I'm going to paint it the silver. It's on the fuselage right here. And on the tail here is a silver. And I think I'm going to paint the canopy this color silver. I've got some silver paint that matches that. So I think I'm going to put a coat of primer on it, sand it smooth, and then shoot some gray or the silver on it, just to make it different. But I fixed all the. This had a bunch of. It's got tons of hanger rash on it, guys. It's like I said, he just throws other airplanes on top of it, so it's all beat to hell all over the place. There's dents underneath these decals that I can't fix. I could probably take an iron and try to heat it, but I'm afraid I'm going to ruin the decal trying it, so I'm just going to let it go. It's all cosmetic. It doesn't affect the way it flies. It flies fantastic. Is this a good beginner 3D plane? If you've got experience flying, yes. Excellent beginner 3D plane. If you're going from an apprentice to a 3D plane, then no. That's not the transition you want to make. There's other planes to fly first before you go to this one. Okay? It's not that it's hard to fly. It's easy to fly. But landing, listen, you still have to land. I don't care what you're flying, you have to land. And everybody with this plane that's new tends to get it too slow. Because it'll fly so slow with the stabilization on to the point where it's not flying anymore. Okay? So you'll be coming across the field 10 feet off the deck, and it's slowing down like you're trying to land it, and it won't come down. And then it's just going to fall out of the sky because it's going to stay stable until it stops flying. And then it's just going to fall on the ground. And you're going to bend the landing gear all up, and there's little pants that are on the gear normally. Mine are missing. And you're going to break them immediately, or they're going to pop off. And so, no, as far as your first 3D plane, yeah, as long as you've been flying something other than an apprentice already, and now you want to try 3D. But too many people want to go right from an apprentice to something that they're like a jet or something like this, and that's not a good transition. There's other planes to fly first, you know. The Commander from E-Flite is a good choice. That's a nice flying airplane. Let's see what else. The Valiant from E-Flite, also excellent airplane. Super easy to fly. Flies fantastic. That's another one. You know, once you've mastered some planes other than an apprentice, then yeah, absolutely, this could be your first 3D plane for sure. It's got a satellite. It's got the Aurora in it, and then a satellite spectrum receiver plugged into it that came with the plane. I don't know if it comes from them that way or not, but that's the way I got it. So I don't know if the guy that gave it to me put that satellite receiver in it, or if it comes in it. I'm not sure, but it's set up to work with Spectrum. So that was what's in it. So it's got the stabilization unit, the Aurora in it, and then the satellite Spectrum receiver. So it bound right up to my radio, no problem. And I flew it quite a few times Sunday. Now I didn't have my firewall never came out of my Valiant, not once. I broke I did a cartwheel one day in some really heavy wind, and broke the nose off right at the windshield, and I did a video on how to put it back on. So if you want to see how it was and how I fixed it, I did a repair video on that. But yeah, I never had the firewall come out of it. But yeah, both of those are excellent airplanes. Fun to fly. You can fly them for years. You're never going to get bored. You know, you can do whatever you want with these airplanes. They just fly fantastic. So I would look at those. A few of the FMS Warbirds. The P-40, the 1400 millimeter P-40 is an excellent flyer. I don't have one of those, but everybody says it's an excellent flyer. The Zero, I have one of those. The FMS is 1400 Zero. Excellent flyer. So yeah, if you get those, and then you want to try a 3D plane, yes, this is an excellent beginner 3D plane. Very easy to fly. The only trick to this plane at all that I've ever seen is landing it. Everybody wants to bring it in too high, too slow. Okay? And I give everybody the same good advice. You should land closer to the ground. Yeah, I know that sounds stupid, but it's true. Too many people set up their landing approach way too high. And, you know, and especially with this plane, if you're 10 feet off the deck and you're slowing down to land, it's gonna be perfect until it just won't fly any longer. When it stops flying 10 feet off the ground, it's just gonna fall on the ground. Literally, it's just gonna drop out of the sky. It's gonna be going to the most stable, perfect flying airplane to a brick, and it's just gonna fall. And that's when you do a lot of damage to the undercarriage. Mostly what gets damaged. So that's the problem. But if you can train yourself to get it down on the deck, you know, inches, not feet, off the ground, then it doesn't matter if you're too slow. It'll just land. But falling 10 feet just falling is not a good way to land. So, and it won't give you any warning. The stabilization of this plane is so good that you'll get zero warning. It's going to fly right until it won't fly anymore, and then it's just going to fall out of the sky. You're not going to get it's going to get sluggish and feeling kind of goofy. Or it's not going to give you any warning at all. It's just going to stop flying and fall on the ground. So that's the problem. It's too good. The plane flies too good. So that's the only recommendation I can tell you is why I wouldn't go right to this. Is you need to be able to fly something other than an apprentice before you start messing with this kind of stuff. But if you're past that and you're a pretty competent pilot, yeah, this is a very good choice. Very good choice. Excellent flying airplane. I think I fly 3D, but not on purpose. That's funny. Yeah, a lot of people have done the 60 amp ESC and put a 4-cylinder in it. And the plane's really fast when you do that. It's booking. Um, yeah, I haven't had that problem with my Havoc, Dave. I've heard that a couple of times. Um, I haven't had any problem with my Havoc. It flies fantastic. Not quite as good as my Futura, the FMS Futura, which basically is the same plane, but the tiny little differences in the two planes makes the difference. That FMS is definitely a better flyer than the Havoc. But I love like you, I love the color of the Havoc. I love the look of it. It's just a beautiful airplane. That green is awesome. So that's why I bought it. And but yeah, it's a good airplane. I like it. I like the Futura better. Um, I think that's a killer airplane. So I ordered the replacement pieces that I needed. Now the plane flies just the way it is, and it flies great. And I know now that I've got it in 3D mode, it's going to fly even better. Um, but I ordered just to have. I need the hatch. The hatch is missing. Now, battery's strapped in. It's not going to fall out, so I'm not worried about it falling out. It's just going to look better with a hatch on it. I ordered a spinner because I don't have the spinner. It's missing. I ordered the prop shaft because this one was bent. I did end up getting it straight. It's fine. I got it perfectly straight in the lathe, so it's... But I want a spare one anyway. And I ordered a spare prop just to have it. And the hatch comes with... It's a package deal. If you need a hatch, you have to buy the top hatch, the bottom hatch, and the cowl in a package. You got to buy all three pieces. So I've got those three pieces coming. The new prop hub, new prop, a new spinner, and that's all I bought for it. Everything else, the plane's fine. Doesn't need anything else. Flies great. I've got the mode switch set up, so I can't wait to go fly it this weekend in 3D mode. Really looking forward to it. The setup was all wrong on the plane, and I still have to adjust it one more time. It was sitting on the ground and had a tremendous amount of down elevator on it. And I'm like, what the hell's with that? So I adjusted it, and then I flew it, and it was trying to do a loop, because it needed all that down elevator. And I'm like, why the hell does it need all that down elevator? So I looked, and they had both ailerons down like flaps. They weren't straight and level with the wing like they should be. They were down. So that was creating the lift. So they had to put a bunch of down elevator to compensate for the flap effect that the ailerons were giving it. So I had to readjust the ailerons and then readjust the elevator again. And I have one more adjustment. I'm going to take one more turn out of both ailerons to get them up, because they're still down, or they're perfectly level and they need to be up. Just one click, one more turn, so that I can take some more of the down elevator out of it. I'm trying to get it as neutral as possible, because the more neutral it is, the less drag, the more efficient it's going to fly. And that's the trick to these airplanes. So I'm going to try that. One more adjustment. I'm going to adjust the flaps, or the ailerons that were acting like flaps. One more turn on each side, up. And then, because I still have a little bit of down elevator. And that should get this to damn near neutral. These will be damn near neutral. This will be damn near neutral. It also matters. It's very sensitive to weight, because it flew perfect on a 2800 3-cell. But then I put a 2200. The 2800 weighed more than the 2200, and it went right back to hard climb again with a smaller battery in it. And it's only a 28 to a 22. Didn't seem like that much difference, but made a huge difference in the way the plane flew. So I want to find a happy medium so I can fly either pack in it. So I figure if I get this a little closer to neutral on the trim, I'll be able to trim it up or down for either battery pack from the radio, and it'll be fine. So that's the plan. Yeah, did you change the prop too, Dave, on your Commander? Because they do the same thing on this plane. It's an 11. I think it's an 11 and a half 8 on this. But if you go 4-cell, they want you to put a 12. It's a half-inch bigger prop. But there's a replacement prop that's a 12-inch 8. I think it's a 12-8. For a 4-cell flight. So, and I believe this is already set up to be a 4-cell plane if you want to fly it on 4-cell. I think it already has a big enough ESC in it to fly 4-cell. So, yeah, you can't really trust Real Flight, Nick. Everything flies great on Real Flight. I don't care what airplane you get in on Real Flight; they all fly fantastic. I think the trick on Real Flight, and I'm just guessing, I don't have it, but I think if you set the wind up, so you have like a crosswind, more realistic everyday flying characteristics. Give yourself in Real Flight some weather. Crosswind, 15 mile an hour crosswind, and then fly the planes and see how they behave in that condition, because that's going to be closer to real life than no air, no wind, which is the way the thing defaults. But yeah, everything I've flown Real Flight a lot at the hobby shop, and it doesn't matter what airplane they put in the sky, they all fly fantastic. And in real life, that's not the case. So, yeah, if you're already flying the Valiant, the Timber, then yeah, you're ready for this. And it's a good value, I think. For two. I think the night version's $289. This is a night version. This was one of the first generation ones, and they did a horrible job lighting it. I think they've added more lights now. So if you buy a Night Flyer version of this now, there's much more lights in it than before. Yeah, $289 or $259 non-lighted, $289 light, I think it is. It's a good deal. It's a good airplane for that. That's not a bad deal. It's a really good flyer. On the E-Flight 300 extra. Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about that particular plane. So I can't even begin to tell you, Randy, what how that compares because I don't know anything about the extra from E-Flight. So the E-Flight extra 300. No, that's a Edge 540. So no, yeah, I don't know anything about that plane. The 300 extra from E-Flight. So I haven't seen one in person. I've never flown one. So yeah, I really don't know. There was a bunch of so there was damage on the canopy I filled in with my lightweight spackle. There was damage all around the cowl area and the hatch area up here. So I redid all that as well. This still needs a little more work, but it's 90% there, 95% there. I was going to wait till I got the hatch and then finish it up. Um, I did some repair back here. There's a big dent right here I fixed. Um, there's still a tiny little dent here now, but I filled that all in. Yeah, there's just dings and dents all over it. The plane's really, really, really cosmetically beat up, but it doesn't change how it flies. It flies fantastic. So, yeah, Randy, if you're running it wide open the entire time, it's only a 4-minute flight. But if you back off the throttle and just kind of cruise, you get a lot more flight time than that. It'll go 12 minutes. You know, if you just want to cruise around, you know, it just depends on how you're flying it. Um, you know, that's throttle management is everything on these airplanes, guys. I mean, everybody back in the day, everybody was, when the Avanti came out, everybody was only getting like 3-minute flights on the Avanti with a 4,000 or 4,500 pack in it. And I took a Hobby King 3300 and flew 7 minutes with the Avanti. So, throttle management's everything. And that flight was, I was average at 70 miles an hour. I had telemetry in it. It was telling me what my airspeed was. And it was like 69 to 70 downwind, or upwind, I mean, and 82 downwind. So, and at that speed, I still went 7 minutes, on the 3300. So, throttle management's everything, guys. And I've said that before. Listen, if you want to do a high-speed pass across the runway, that's fine. But when you get to the end where nobody can see it and you're way the hell out there making your turn, throttle back. Conserve some energy. Make your turn. Get lined back up on the runway, and then throttle up again. Make your pass again. Don't stay at full throttle out there where nobody is looking at it. You're just wasting energy. So, throttle back, make your turn, get lined up, and then, make your screaming pass again. You won't believe how much more flight time you get when you do that, guys. It's amazing. It'll almost double. Well, depending on how bad you're pushing it, it'll double your flight time easily. Now, I know when I fly my Commander, I get 9 to 12 minutes. Easy. Because I'm not running it wide open the whole time. That's not how I fly. Sure, I make high-speed passes, but I don't waste battery. When I'm way out there making the turnaround, I don't waste battery out there doing that. And, and if I'm going for a distance flight, I don't do any vertical stuff. I try to keep it flat, keep my turns shallow. I try to be as efficient on it as possible. And all that adds up to longer flight times. Yeah, there you go, Randy. Yeah, so when you're flying all that crazy, and inverted is on most planes, not this one, because it's designed, it's got a constant chord wing. Okay, the airflow over the wing is exactly the same top and bottom. So this plane doesn't care if it's right side up, upside down. It flies exactly the same. But anything with a flat bottom wing, or even an under camber wing, is much harder to fly upside down. I mean, efficient wise. I'm not saying talent wise it's harder to fly, maybe a little, but it's not efficient upside down because the wing's designed to create lift right side up. So it's creating sink upside down. So you're compensating a ton with the elevator to keep it flying. And all that extra drag is just killing the battery. So yeah, if you're going to fly around upside down a lot, you're going to shorten your flight times dramatically. Because the plane's not made to do that. Now this plane will fly upside down all day long with no extra drag. Because like I said, it's a constant chord wing and the stab. Everything is designed to be neutral. Right side up, upside down, it doesn't care. So the Visionaire is exactly the same way. For you guys that, the Visionaire that from Horizon Hobby it's made by the same guy. This Quentin, or Q, however you say his name. I can't say his name. But he used to work for Horizon Hobbies, and he came up with the Visionaire, which I have right there. And he left to start his own company, Flex Innovations, and he built this, which is a similar looking to the Visionaire, but much more wing area. The wings are much bigger on this than on the Visionaire. The chord of the wing's about the same, but the girth and the length is much bigger on this plane than the Visionaire. So he just improved on his first design when he started his own company. And that's what we have here. So yeah, yeah. How you doing, GB? It's good to see you, man. Yeah, this is a QQ. Yep. Yeah, I don't think it's called a jelly roll either, but I like your name. That's cool. It's a different name. I never heard it called a jelly roll before, but that's all right. I like it. Oh, there you go, Dave. His rolls are jelly rolls. Oh, that's funny. Jeff's Custom. Are you still in here, Jeff? Did you bug out on me? Or are you still here? Are you listening and working on an airplane? Painting one, maybe? Are you working on a video? Yeah, just let me know you're still here. If you're here, I want to tell you something. No, Dave, that Amy will tell us what. Yeah. Oh, wait, you're a squid. Yeah, you'd probably know too. I keep forgetting about you squid boys. That's just how you roll. That's how you jelly roll. Hey, Nate. How you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. You do like your butt plug. Oh, God. Oh, Dave, Dave, Dave. Oh, God. You're killing me. Well, that hour flew by. It's 12:30 again already. Wow. Oh, did you, man? So how'd that go? How you like your Viper? It is forking fun. I love it. That's good. Give it 5 wine glasses. Yeah, that was deliberate, Nate. he's he's trying to be uh, politically correct. Even though my show's not for children, he's still trying to be on the up and up. Yeah, between the 3S and the fact that it's what, $119. Yeah, that's a win-win, sure, for sure. There, that's awesome. Well, yeah, put a 4 cell in it, GB. It'll be damn fast. I don't know if the ESC can handle a 4 cell or not. I don't know that they designed it that way or not, but just switch it out, throw a 4 cell in it. It should be a rocket ship. 5 out of 5. All right. Are we? Is that a throwback to the Two Brothers Hobbies um, videos? Do you remember them? Yeah, Paul, I agree. They make a good product. Um, it's this one's pretty easy to swallow. It's under $300, so this one's it doesn't hurt as bad as the big boys. Um, Yeah, if that's true, Air Marshal, then yeah, the only thing you got to change out is the ESC. You know, the fan and the motor are fine. Just get a 45 amp swap out for the 30, and you're 4 cell ready. It's a cute looking bird. I like it. Well, it's really cute. Now I'm all jetted out. I don't need any more jets. Wow, that's cool, Mickey. So you saw Wilga in person, huh? That's freaking awesome. Yeah, I don't know how Mike Patey did it, but he found another one. You know, after he crashed Draco, he bought another one. So he's got another because it took him forever to find that one when he got Draco. Um, because they didn't make a lot of them, you know. And then after he crashed it, he bought another one. So he's got a brand new project plane to make Draco 2. I don't know if he's going to call it that, but um, he's already working on it. He's already got the jet engine he's going to put in it. He's putting a bigger one in it than he had before. I don't know if you watched his show lately, but he's got it in a glass showcase. Yeah, right there in his hangar, he's got a glass showcase and the jet engine sitting in the case. It's hilarious. Yeah, Draco X. So Ryan, any news from Horizon on the Draco coming out? Listen, it's no secret. They already announced it at uh, Oshkosh that they're doing a project with Patey. So we all know there's going to be a Draco. Um, you don't have to tell me when or anything. I just want to know if you've heard anything about it's coming. You don't have to give any secrets away. It's no secret that it is coming. We already know that. Well, Paul, it's still going to be cubbish. It's going to look like a cub. He's going to great lengths, even though he's putting that giant motor in it. He's designed the cowl work and everything. You know, the motor's going to be underneath the instrument panel. And the way he's putting the body work on it, it's still going to look like a cub. Even though it's going to have that giant motor in it, it's still going to look like a cub. Um, even he's built in bigger control surfaces, but they're still shaped, cubbish. So it's going to look like a cub when it's done. It ain't going to be a cub, but it's going to look like one. Yeah, I don't want him to. I just want to know if he's heard something. That. Yeah, it's coming. That's all he has to say. I just want to know if he's heard something. Okay, that's all. That's all I needed, Ryan. You have. Good. That's all I wanted to hear. Good news. That's all. I'm satisfied with that. You have. That's all I needed to hear. You know, it's because Christ, they announced it in 2018 at Oshkosh, and we're still waiting. So I'm just curious if he had heard anything. So he says he has. That's good enough. That's all I needed to hear. Yeah, the new one's yeah, got that off-road suspension he built for it. Yeah, yeah, that's going to be a killer. Yeah, Scrappy's going to be something else. It might turn out to be a better plane than Draco was. He's putting so much effort into this thing. Yeah, what started out to be well, yeah, that's true, Ryan. I didn't think of that. Yeah, you might have heard that. Yeah, they decided not to do it, and that would suck. Yeah, but yeah. As long as they're doing it, that's good enough for me. We all, that is the most talked about airplane. I mean, I've been in line at the grocery store, and two old women in front of me, you know, maybe they have airplane husbands, I don't know, but they're talking about Draco. Oh, yeah, did you see that Mike crashed Draco? I'm like, really? You guys, you know about this, really? It just blew my mind. It was so out of character to see these two old women knew about Mike crashing Draco. I like, how in the world did everybody knows that airplane? The world knows that airplane. You don't even have to be an aviation person to know that airplane. Yeah, I just hope they were smart enough to get like double the amount of the normal release as far as quantity ordered, because that plane's going to sell like crazy. Yeah, Black Friday special. Yeah, Draco for Christmas. Black Friday special. Buy one at the regular price, get the second one at the same price. That's right. Well, Dave, that I hadn't really thought of that, but there's probably a possibility they would do that. I don't know. I think they'd sell a hell of a lot more of them making it a foamy, but who knows? Maybe they'll make it both ways. Release them both at the same time. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, they got how many versions of a timber have they got out now? 4, 3. Yeah, they got timber on the brain for sure. But I did get to fly a Timber X the other day, and I loved it. That was a good flying airplane. So the new night version one is on my radar. I'll definitely order a night Timber X for sure. Soon as my stimulus money comes in, I'll probably be, that might be. I don't know if that'll be the first one on the radar or not. There's a couple other planes I want. I don't know. We'll see. But I like that plane for sure. Oh, no doubt, Dave. You're right. People will absolutely spend coin on a balsa plane if it was Draco. The thing is, I don't think everybody will spend, a lot of money on a balsa Draco. Oh, you have a night Timber X coming? That's cool, GB. Yeah, that was a winner. They needed another night plane for sure. They only had the Visionaire. They got rid of the Pawnee. They needed another glow in the dark night plane. That was a good choice. That's going to be a great airplane. Fun to fly at night. It's going to be very visible. They lit it up just like the night Visionaire. That was a great, whoever the brainstorm was at Horizon that thought that one up was definitely a winner. That's going to be a big, big winner for them. Yeah, that was sad, Nate. Uh, Stupid on his part, and he's even admitted that. Um, what surprised me the most about it is the fact that he did what he did with his wife in the plane. That's what blew my mind. I see him making you know questionable decisions when he's alone in the plane, but his wife was in the plane. And I really couldn't believe he did that with his wife in the plane. That just blew my mind. Um, thank God it turned out all right. She only broke a nail, so you know. A British film crew? No kidding, really, Ryan? You're gonna upload that tonight? Oh, that'll be cool. We gotta watch that. Yeah, I don't know who the other guy was. There was another guy in the plane. I don't know who he was. But yeah, he had his wife, this other guy, and himself in the plane. And yeah, I was really surprised. Yeah, she took it like a champ. She didn't seem mad at all. I think she felt more sad that he crashed his plane than pissed that he just did that with her in it. She just took it like a trooper. I don't know. He might have got an earful when he got home, but at least on camera she was awesome. You know. So yeah. Yeah, you're right, Nate. I think it's like I said. He he didn't make any bones about it. I screwed up. He said, I should have never done that. I screwed up. He just came right out and said it. And yeah, super stand up guy. I mean, he's a super great guy. Yeah, it wasn't just a crosswind, man. It was like 35 mile an hour gusting crosswind. I mean, it was nothing should have been flying in that weather. Nothing. It was. I mean, they had to cancel the whole event because of that wind, and the rest of the event. And yeah, it was just. It wasn't weather to be flying in. No matter what you're flying, I seriously doubt a commercial jet would have tried to take off in that wind at that time. They would have just sat on the runway and waited. And he even said that he only had to wait, you know, a few minutes for that cell to go through. And yeah, it was it's just a bad call. Yeah, I'd love to see a. Honestly, I would love to see the Draco come out in the Carbon Z Cessna 150 size plane. That would be awesome. Nice big. You know, that would be an awesome airplane. I would love to see that. Yep. Yeah, a 2.4 Carbon Z 2.1 Draco would be freaking awesome. Probably be a $500 airplane for sure, but it'd be worth it. It's like the T-28. That was 500. Shit, how much did I pay for that? 549, 539, something like that. Um, and I had to have a guy bring it to me from Texas. That's how bad I wanted that airplane. So that's the only plane I've got in my collection that I paid full price for. Everything else I bought on sale. Everything. A lot of stuff came from Force RC when they were in business because they were discounting the shit out of all the bind and fly stuff from Horizon. So I bought a boatload of airplanes from them when they were in business. They might, Dave. It might be in the Scorpion, the 90 mil Scorpion. Go on their website and check and see what they list for that plane because that's one of their 6S 90 mil planes. I don't know how many other jets they make 90 mil, but I know that one is. Did you look that up, Nate, on the Scorpion, or how did you come up with that? What did you look up? Uh-oh. The cricket's back. Can you guys hear the cricket? Yeah, it came with the Aurora, and it's awesome, Ronnie. I've been flying these planes, other people's, let me fly theirs for years, and it's just an awesome flying airplane. It's super stable, super easy to fly, a little tricky to set up, but yeah, great airplane. This is you know, and that's the only way you can buy the plane. It has to come with the Aurora in it. You can't buy it without it. That's the way they do all their planes. At Flex, everything comes with that gyro in it. Either the 8 or the new 5. Um, but yeah, it's just an awesome setup. I love the way the thing takes off. It stays exactly in this. Well, you just throttle up gently. You don't have to touch the stick, and the tail comes up a little bit, and then it just lifts off and it just as stable as can be, just climbs out like nothing. It's amazing. It's just and I was flying it in stabilization airplane mode, not 3D mode. So I didn't have that set up. Uh, so you weren't here, Ronnie. So this is a beat up, used. I don't want to call it a piece of crap because that's not fair, but it's in bad shape. I know it doesn't look it on camera. The camera makes it look pretty good, but it's really beat up bad. The guy that gave this to me buys these by the carton load. I mean, he buys them and crashes them and gives them away, and then grabs another one out of his stash and puts it together and flies it, breaks it, gives it away, and he just keeps doing it. And I just happened to be at the right place at the right time, and I ended up with this one Sunday. It was in pretty bad shape. Both ailerons were completely off except for the outer. The outer hinge was the only thing holding either aileron on. They were both off. The rudder was broke at the counterweight right here. It was snapped off. So I had to glue that back on. The elevators were pulled apart. You know, the little square boxes that slide inside each other to connect them was, I think he did a cartwheel, and it pulled apart. So I had to take that apart, put it back together. The prop hub was bent. It's missing the spinner. It's missing the hatch. The landing gear was all bent up, um, including the tail wheel. So he gave it to me at Saturday, probably around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I guess, or Sunday. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and by 4 o'clock I had it flying. I fixed everything at the field, and bound it to my radio and put it in the air. And I got 3 flights on it Sunday. And then I brought it home, and I've been basically cleaning it up. I'm scrubbing a lot of the dirt out of it. I cleaned it at the field as best I could with what I had to work with, but it needs a lot more cleaning. And then I fixed all the dents in the canopy area here, and I've got it all sanded down so it's ready to be painted. So I got to throw a coat of primer on it, and then I think I'm going to paint it silver to match the silver decal here on the back of the fuselage. You know, here and here. So I think I'm going to paint it that color silver just to make it different. And then I'm going to continue to clean and try some hot water technique to get some of the dents out of the foam, because it's dented everywhere. You know, even the orange decal area here is dented. And, you know, I don't think there's anything I could do with that. I'm afraid to put anything hot against this and have it either shrink the decal and destroy it. So I think I'm just going to live with the dent in the decal. You have to be pretty close to see that damage. Any distance away and it disappears. So, but yeah, there's a bad dent there. There's a bad dent right here in the elevator decal here. It's really screwed up right there, pretty bad. And yeah, it's just got a lot of hanger rash on it. But it doesn't affect the way it flies. It flies great. You know, still flies awesome. Just, you know, cosmetically it doesn't look fantastic. But, you know, I'm just happy to have it. I'm ecstatic to have it. I'm so glad he gave it to me. You know, and I already told him that. You know, so yeah, he laughed because, you know, he looked over at me about an hour later, and I had most of the damage fixed, and he just smiled and looked at me and says, "You're going to have that flying here pretty quick, aren't you?" And I said, "Yeah, give me about 10 more minutes, and I'll have it in the air." And he just shook his head and smiled. So, which T-33 crash are we talking about, Dave? I don't think I saw that. Yeah, the Cap's another great airplane, Ronnie. It's um, listen, pretty much anything that comes out of Flex is awesome. I've flown the Cap. I've flown the Mamba. I've flown a bunch of the 300s, and I flew the RV-8. Um, I love the RV-8. That thing's awesome. Um, just awesome flying airplanes. That Aurora 8 is just an amazing flight controller. You know, they really got it right when they put a lot of time into getting the setup in that right, and it's right, because man, these planes are so freaking stable. It's unbelievable. Okay, so this is going to really screw up my stream. So I got way too much crap open. So give me a minute so I can close the other stuff, and then the stream will come back. It's probably going to buffer really bad right now. As a matter of fact, let's do this because I know this is going to just screw it up. Let me close that. Let me close this. And then we'll reopen this. It's not opening. Page unresponsive. That's what I figured. Yeah, it's not going to let me open it. Oh well, that's typical. Ugh. Yeah, Dave, I agree. I'm not a big fan of the looks of the FlexJet either. Um, It's kind of a generic. Um, I don't know. It's just kind of a generic looking jet. It doesn't have any real style to it like the Avanti, for instance. Um, it doesn't look. It looks a little military-ish, a little, but yeah. Um, but yeah, it's supposed to fly really good. But I'm not a big fan of the looks of it either. I don't think they think they could have done a better job on it. Yeah, you got to wonder what do these guys do for a living that they can afford to put, you know, tens of thousands of dollars into a jet model airplane. I mean, we're talking some of these big ass airliners that have at least two big jets engines in it, or maybe four. It's just insane to think, you know, how much money they have tied up in a model airplane. Holy crap. I don't know about the happy part, Dave. I don't know when it makes you happy. What, knowing that it's not yours, I guess, is the happy part, right? Because it's just sad in my book. Oh, he was doing jelly rolls. That's what the problem was. That's what caused the crash. You can't do jelly rolls with a T-33. You got to do coffee cake. See, if you do coffee cake with the T-33, you're all right. You can't do jelly rolls. Yeah, I wasn't talking about the T-33 when I was saying tens of thousands. I'm talking about the guys with the big multi-engine, you know, airliners, like that gigantic 747 Virgin Air. Christ, he's got to have 40, 50,000 dollars in that jet. It's huge. It's crazy. See, I knew you'd be back. What'd you have to do? Get up and pee, Mike? I don't know, Dave. That's a warped sense of humor. I don't think I've ever laughed at an RC airplane crash. I just cringe. I feel bad for everybody when I see those. They have those. So there's a couple of guys that put out nothing but crash videos. Um, so you just watch one crash after another, and you know, none of those make me laugh. I just get sad. The PC kept calling your name, huh? Yeah. Well, Mr. Flight Instructor Air Marshal, why aren't you helping this guy stop crashing his Corsair? What's wrong with you? Stop laughing. Just go over and help the poor guy. Good blooper video. Yeah, some of the blooper ones are funny. You know, where they really haven't damaged the plane. You know, like it just flips over on the, it just flips over or does a funny spin on the ground, ground loop or something. It doesn't really hurt the plane. Yeah, some of those are funny. But when I see one pile in, and there's just a burning hole in the ground, no, that just breaks my heart when I see that. Oh yeah, GB for sure. Those guys they can build, but they can't fly. So they need to hire pilots to fly them for them, so that they can take them home in one piece and be proud. Yeah, I've got one of those in our field too. An old guy doesn't listen, doesn't want your help. He can do it without you. He can't, but he keeps telling you he can. Yeah, that's that whole doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Yeah. Yeah, so he's an aeronautical engineer, this guy, is what you're saying. Uh, now, I'm not going to mention any names, but there's a couple of super builders on YouTube. They can't fly. They can build beautiful airplanes, but they can't fly them. It's sad. I swear I don't think the guy ever goes to the flying field with airplanes just to fly. I think the only time he fly is when he's maintaining the latest creation, and that's it. That's the only flying he gets. YouTubing enough video to maintain smooth streaming as such viewing, and it's open widget. I have an open widget, guys. I've just developed an open widget. I hope it's not fatal. Whatever the problem is. uh, yeah, I had a few dropped packets from OBS, but they're gone, and the error message is still here. You can go away now. Yeah. No, open midgets? No, 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 no. No midgets. Widgets. Oh, God. Yeah, Dave, I need to borrow your butt plug before I go. Uh, Michael, is that a question? You fly rockets, and is it addressed to me or someone else? That's funny. It's still alive. Yeah, look at that. It's still live. Yes, Spencer, we're still live. Yeah, Michael, I used to fly rockets a lot. I haven't done it recently. I still have a bunch of rockets. Um, I used to fly them way back in the 70s, but I haven't done it in a long time. I did go out to a rocket event once, where they fly the big stuff. I mean, the ones that you have to call, NASA and get clearance to fly it, kind of stuff. I mean, these guys put the shit near orbit. It's nuts. That was cool. I had never seen that before. Um, that was a few years ago. I went out. It's a field not too far from here. That actually, it's very close to the flying field where I fly, the rocket field. Yeah, it's only a couple miles away. Um, but yeah, they're cool. I haven't done it in a long time. Yeah, yeah. If you fly your rocket in the wrong direction, that'll open a widget for sure. Yeah, yeah, that'd be cool. Um, I used to fly one of the rockets was my favorite. It's called the X-ray because it had a clear cylinder where you could put ants or bees or flies or whatever you wanted to put inside it and launch it. And look in the window as you were launching it, and then when it comes back to Earth and you pick it up, you can see through the window whether it's still alive or not. Doing a little G tolerance on the poor little insect. But yeah, I remember that one called the X-ray. I that was one of my favorites. I had a two-stage. It was a Saturn V looking type rocket, but it was a two-stage rocket. That was pretty cool. My buddy had the same rocket, but he screwed up on the engines. So he put a normal engine in the bottom that should have been a booster engine. And the difference is that the booster engine doesn't have a delay like the regular engine does. The regular engine flies so many thousand feet up or whatever, shuts off, and then there's a delay while it's slowing down before it deploys the parachute. And then it has the backfire out the top, which blows the rocket apart, deploys the chute, and it comes back down. The booster engine doesn't have a delay. It goes right from the flame, under power, to the booster ejection, which blows the bottom second stage off, ignites the first stage, and well, I guess it'd be the second stage. It blows the first stage off, and ignites the second stage at the same time, so that the rocket keeps going. You know, it goes up and then goes up harder, and so you put the delay one in there, and what happens is the rocket goes like this, and then it turns over, and as it starts turning over, everybody starts running because you have no idea when that second engine's going to ignite and come flying right at you, which is exactly what it did. You know, it went sailing across, I don't know, a dozen yards in the backyard at the house we were flying it at, because the stupid thing turned over on its side, and then it ignited the second stage. That was fun as hell. What's a Kappa, GB? What are they stupid about? Did they demonetize that video for some reason, or what? What's Kappa? What's the whole thing about? Holy crap! Really, GB? Why would you do that? What exactly were they going to fine you for? What? I don't know this story at all, GB. What happened? What was on these videos, and why were they threatening to fine you? I mean, were you doing something illegal, or I mean, what was going on these videos that you got rid of? Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what was on the video that they would have deemed not for kids. Launching a rocket is not for kids. I mean, my God, they sell them to kids. I was a kid when I started rocketry. Yeah, I was 8, I think. You know, I don't know what the I don't know. Roach Coach, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. Yeah, I'm trying to understand what was on the video that was objective. You know, what were they objecting about the video? Oh, Dave, they still call the food trucks that today, and it's affectionately called that. It's not. All the food trucks are all called roach coaches. Every one of them. That's just what they call them. Somebody, I don't know who coined that phrase, but it's stuck because they still call them that today. Yeah, Estes rockets. That's I flew a shitload of Estes stuff. Um, well, Michael, I try to give you something new to look at every week. New airplane. I was going to put the Zero out tonight, but I decided to bring this one out instead since this is the newest acquisition. Um, Maybe I'll do the Zero next week. Who just bought a Zero? Was it Dave's RC? Somebody just bought one. I think it might have been Dave's RC. Um, yeah, I've had my Zero for years, 4 or 5 years. You need to phone in to explain it. Okay, GB. A testes rocket? Wow, we're back up to 21 in here. Wow. 1:30 in the morning, it's up to 21. That's fantastic, guys. That's awesome. And 33 likes. Love it. Thank you. That's awesome. What, did Tim just show up? Hey, look at you. Just woke up. Oh, that's funny. It's starting to rain again. Gently. It's not making enough noise that you could hear it. You know what I think is hilarious, guys? Um, like the cricket. You know, you guys can hear the cricket. And the mic I'm using is the mic in the laptop. You know, the tiny little hole in the laptop with the built-in microphone? That's the microphone I'm using to record this. And it's that sensitive that you guys can hear the cricket in here. I just think that's hilarious. You know, I watch my own videos, so I know what the sound quality is like. And I gotta tell you, it's pretty damn good considering what it is. Um, I'm amazed. I really am. I can't believe that the mic on that laptop is that good. You know, it just blows my mind. Photon! Welcome, sir! Are you working? Hey, Deuce is Wild, did Gooniac get a hold of you? He needs to talk to you. Send him an email. Just, you know, send him an email, what's up, or whatever. He needed your email address. I told him I have your phone number, but I don't know if I have your email address. Um, so if you haven't talked to him, send him an email. He needs to send you something. I don't know. Victor! You popped in just to say goodnight? Is that what's going on? It's good to see you, man. TikTok tweakathon. That's funny. Oh, that's hilarious. So Nate's, you're holy crap, dude! It's only 10:30 at your place, right? All right, Nate. Have a good night, buddy. Oh, you're doing some sunrise flying. Gotcha. All right. Well, then you have a pass. You have a good night. You were here before, but died in your. I thought you were here earlier. Yeah, but then I didn't hear you yet all night, and then all you're there, all of a sudden you just go, all right, good night, guys. Whoa, where the hell were you? So, all right, Victor, you have a good night, man. This sounds like it's going to be an all-night rain. Yeah, Victor's already lucky. Everything after that is just a bonus. Oh, Dave. Oh, my God. Night, guys, and GB. um, it's FR Sky. Okay. There might be a Fry Sky, FRI Sky. I know there's a Fly Fly Sky, I think. Um, but FR Sky or Free Sky, FR Sky is the company, and Tyrannus is one of the models radio that FR Sky, Free Sky makes. So they are the same. You know, the Free Sky Tyrannus is the same thing. It's Ford Mustang. Okay, same thing. And they're both Ford products. So the Free Sky is the company name. Ford's the company name. Tyrannus Mustang is the model. So, best way to explain it. And yeah, that's what I fly. Are you thinking about getting a Tyrannus, Ronnie? Yeah, the Horus. So that's not how it's spelled, but that's funny. Oh, that's funny. Oh, Marshall. Photon! Have a good night, buddy. Thanks for stopping in. Good to see you, man. John Hill, good morning. No coffee, the power's out. Really? What the hell? Where are you at? Why is your power out? There's a storm? Piss off, Ricky. The price, Ronnie. I mean, it got great reviews, but the overall price, and not necessarily the transmitter price, but the receiver and telemetry module price. You know, it's just so cheap to put receivers in planes, the telemetry in planes. It's super, super cheap and easy. And that's what I was mainly looking for. Um, I was talking about this earlier tonight. You know, I spent 4 months researching radios before I had a DX6i, okay? And I decided I needed something that was going to have longevity, something that's going to last me for a long time and do all the things I wanted it to do. Yeah, Ryan hates it when I talk about radios. Um, so after the research, I decided that the Free Sky Tyrannus Plus was the radio for me. You know, and that was 6 years ago, and I haven't regretted it for a second. I bought two of them. If I was going to buy a radio today, I'd probably buy the Jumper radio. You know, it's got the same OpenTX firmware in it, and it has all the protocols already in it, so you can fly Free Sky, you can fly Fly Sky, you can fly Spectrum, you can fly, I think, Futaba, Tactic. You know, it has all these protocols built into the radio, so you can pretty much fly anything with the new Jumper radio. So, yeah, if I was going to buy a radio today, it would probably be that one. But it was mostly the cost of the receivers and the telemetry is what, you know, because I knew I'd be buying a lot of airplanes, and I didn't want to have to keep taking a receiver out of this one to put it in that one so I could fly that one, and you know, I wanted to put stuff in every one of them and have them all flyable, and I needed it to be cheap. You know, that's all. I needed something that was affordable, and that was why I went with the Free Sky Tyrannus. Radios were only allowed in the 10 o'clock hour. Yeah, Ryan's effect on when I start talking about radios is the same effect we all have when he starts talking about trucks. Sorry, buddy, I just had to throw that out there. Yeah, I was a Futaba man for 40 years. I just couldn't afford it anymore. You know, the new stuff, you know, that's out available in other brands, and Futaba's still asking a premium for their stuff. I just couldn't do it anymore. You know, so I had to go a different route. Except trucks are awesome. I bought one. You know, Ryan got me to buy one. I bought the Arma. Which one did I buy? I forget the name of it now. Oh, wait a minute. The crappy body's right here. The Granite Voltage. That's what I bought. Yeah, this is what happens when you leave it in the Florida sun. It melts. But yeah, I bought this Granite Voltage. Nice truck. Very happy with it. So, John, why is your power out? Where do you live again? I forget. No, I wouldn't be, Michael. No, I'd put that money. I'd buy airplanes way before I'd buy another radio. I'm super happy with my radio. So yeah, I'm not changing radios for nothing. But I'm not going to buy. I am going to buy some airplanes though. Washington, North Carolina. Okay. Are you having storms there? Is that why your power's out? I know there's some storms going on. We're supposed to get rain. It's raining right now here. It's a real light rain right now. It's just a drizzle, but I can hear it on the roof. So yeah, it's raining here. It rained all day today, most of the day. Um, Got really hard rain a couple of times. So I know there's some storms brewing. I just don't know the extent of it. I heard something about a tropical storm. Yeah, exactly. Says the guy with the $600 Spectrum transmitter that he's watching his Pornhub on right now as we speak. Power's on. All right, coffee time. Coffee time. Coffee time. Listen, I'd have paid $600 for the transmitter if the receivers were $20 a piece. You know, that it wasn't the transmitter price that was my big issue. It was, I knew I'd spend a lot more. Pornhub envy? Yeah, I envy that Dave can watch Pornhub on his radio. Isn't that what a cell phone's for? I don't need it on my radio. Thanks. Oh, that's funny. Dave. So do you do that right there at the field, do you? You're taking off just before takeoff. You toss one off. Is that how it works? uh, that's why you crash into fences. You're using the wrong joystick. That's where the problem lies. Siri won't talk dirty to you? No? Oh, man. Come on, there's got to be a dirty version of Siri. Uh-oh, Ryan, your secrets are out. Yeah, right, William. My radio says, ooh, I like it. Do it again. That's part of the Amber package. Which plane were you having trouble getting off, Dave? Your Mustang? Did this thing freeze up? Or is nobody? Is it just nobody talking? Because my chat hasn't updated at all. Dave's comment about taking off a tail dragger is the last thing I got. Wow, so you were having trouble with a commander? Wow. Thank you, GB. Um, wow, Dave, I'm surprised. That's it's Mickey. It's 4 p.m. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. here. That's funny. 4 p.m. You know what that means? Yeah, it's beer 30. Yeah, I don't know. It just, of course, I started with the tail dragger. Well, that's not true either. Um, my second airplane was a tail dragger, but my first airplane was a nose gear. Yeah, it just surprises me. Um, I never had an issue with the tail dragger at all. I mean, I don't know. It just, I never had problems. I've only had problems with one tail dragger in my entire 47 years. It was the 109, because the landing gear is so narrow, it kept ground looping really bad. Um, so I threw a gyro in it just for the rudder up, stabilization, and it worked. I mean, that took care of the ground loop problem. But yeah, that's the only plane I've ever had a problem with. And I would say most of my planes are tail draggers. You know, my this is a tail dragger. The Visionaire is a tail dragger. Um, all the Mustangs. I have seven. I think I have seven Mustangs, five Corsairs, four P-47s, all tail draggers, obviously. Um, yeah, just about everything I fly is a tail dragger. The jets are nose gear, and the T-28s. But pretty much everything else, the SR-22 and the new little TT, the TTX are nose gear planes. But yeah, I don't have a lot of nose gear planes. Most of my stuff's tail dragger. Yeah, that's true. I do fly off grass. I mean, I've flown off pavement, but my home field's grass. No, it's not that. It's more sensitive to your inputs on the pavement. The grass kind of is built in expo, on the rudder. It's what grass is, and you don't have that on pavement. It's pretty much, you know, what you do is what you get, kind of quickly, instantly. Um, you just have to learn to just gently feed that right rudder in as you're starting to throttle up. Just keep adding more right rudder until the plane. I usually keep adding right rudder until the plane starts to roll right slightly. So that, because by the time it's already moved slightly left of center, and once I get it going back right, you know, by the time I'm back to center line or just past center line, the plane's in the air. You know, you just got to feed that right rudder and then hold it. You know, don't pump it. Don't get herky jerky. Just smooth. You know, add that right rudder smoothly until the plane starts to go right, and then stop right there, hold it there, and just let the plane take off. How narrow is your runway? Yeah, William, I'm almost. I mean, you know, I have a few T-28s. Their nose gear, and the SR-22, and my jets. That's pretty much it. Everything else is tail dragger. I don't have very many nose gear planes at all. I would say 12 out of the 70. Maybe 12 of them are nose gear planes. Yeah, Google Earth the bitch. There you go. Yeah, our grass runways are 50 feet wide. You know, we have 6 runways, and they're 50-foot wide. You know, 800 feet long. I think one's 600. I think 2 of them are 800 feet and one's 600. Um, which T-28 are you getting in a couple weeks, William? Yeah, yeah. It's you know, obviously there's 3 strips. You know, you come in from each direction, so that's how you get 6. You know, any single runway they consider 2 runways because you've got a, you know, one direction is one runway, the other direction is the other. So they're 30-foot wide. Yeah, yeah, that's a little narrow, but doable. Yeah. That's funny, John. That's great. Where'd you get the Carbon Z at? Did they get them back in stock, or did you find one somewhere? Yeah, we have full scale stuff landed our field. You know, Cubs, ultralights, um, you know, Kit Foxes, anything like that. Any Stoll plane. Yeah, we have a lot of full scale stuff that lands at our our runways. Plenty long enough, so... That's okay, Paul. No problem. I do the same thing in other people's show. I'm usually working on airplanes too. Um, yeah, it's a good time to work on planes. You know, I'm not doing a tap dance or anything here. We're just talking, so there's nothing to look at. So you might as well keep yourself busy. You know, I've honestly, I've been getting a lot more work. I've been taking all my glue and stuff to the flying field, and I've been working on planes at the field. Um, been getting a lot accomplished there. It's been nice. That's why I had everything I needed to fix this at the field Sunday. So when he gave it to me, I went right to work on it. And, it wasn't 2 hours, and I had it in the air. So, yeah, I've been getting a lot of work done at the flying field. 5-minute epoxy is a wonderful thing. I don't do a lot of CA glue. It just doesn't perform the way I want it to, for the most part. There's always exceptions to that rule, but most of the stuff I fix, I like doing it with 5-minute epoxy or 30-minute epoxy, depending on what I'm working on. But or contact cement, depends on what it is. Like I have one of those little F-27s, the UMX one, and it has those little plastic servo covers and the wings on the bottom to protect the linear servos. And they both got knocked off on different flights, but one landing, the one came off, so I had to contact cement it back on, and then 5-10 landings later, the other side came off, and then I had to glue that one back on. And that's something you don't want to put on with epoxy, because if you ever have to change out that linear servo, you're going to need to be able to get that little plastic cover off. So stuff like that I know may need to be removed one day for access or whatever, I put on with contact cement. But if it's a permanent fixture, especially like repairs, if the fuselage breaks in half right here, listen, I'm never going to take it apart there. It doesn't come apart. That's a permanent fix. So I use permanent glue on permanent fixes. Just like when I glued this back together. Okay? Could I have used contact cement? Sure, I could have used contact cement, but I actually put 2 spars in it, a barbecue skewer and a toothpick, to align this and give it some rigidity. So now it's super strong with those 2 wooden dowels in there. And it's epoxied back on because it's permanent. I'm never going to take that apart. Now tail feathers, for instance, if you glue those on, and one day you crash and break one of them, and you got to replace it, well, you need to be able to get it off. So I generally don't glue anything like that on because I may need to get it off one day. But anytime I'm fixing a repair, okay, it wasn't meant to come apart there anyway, so it doesn't need to be glued with something that will come apart again. It needs to be permanent. So that's when I use epoxy. And a lot of times I use a combination of epoxies. If I've got a big area I'm trying to glue, I'll mix up 30-minute epoxy, and I'll get most of the area I'm gluing, and then like the ends, or maybe the ends in one little spot in the middle, I'll leave open for the 5-minute epoxy, so that I can, the 30 minutes are already spread and curing, but it takes 30 minutes. So in the meantime, I'll mix up 5-minute epoxy, and I'll put it in those 3 spots that I left voided, and then I'll hold it. And now I only have to hold it for about 4 minutes, because it took me a minute of mixing it up. So a minute of my dry time has already been eaten up with me just stirring it up and then applying it to all the areas that I'm applying it to. So now I'll hold it for 4 minutes, till the 5-minute epoxy kicks off, and then it's glued. I mean, the 30 minutes is still going to be gluing for a while, but it's not going to move because the 5 minutes holding everything in place. So then I'll just wait for the 30-minute to dry, and we're good to go. So that's how I do it. So yeah, lately I've been taking airplanes that have minor things wrong with them. Maybe the servo's out in this one. I just make sure I have a spare servo with me so I can change it out at the field, or I have to glue the wing receivers on the EC 1500 were pulling out of the fuselage. So I glued those back together at the field. Let's see, what else is I just fix it at the field? Well, I fixed the landing gear on the T-28 at the field, but didn't hold. Just the design's bad. That's why they had all the trouble with it. That's what this wood's for on the table. I still have to do that. I'm going to cut wood and cut out the plastic mount, and I'm going to mount a piece of wood in there and then screw the landing gear to the wood. So, but it's going to be a big long piece of wood on each side, so it has plenty of leverage. The more surface contact you have, the stronger it is. So I'm going to make sure I have a lot of surface contact and to make sure that it stays in this time. Oh boy, I'm getting tired. Oh, no kidding. They're going to have it back in stock on the 15th. Well, that's awesome. I was hoping that they were going to bring that plane out again. They should have never stopped making it in the first place, but at least they brought it back. So, and it sounds like they brought it back with inventory, so that's good. Good to know. They put that son of a bitch on sale around Christmas time. I'm going to buy another one. Man, I love that airplane. Oh, God. Oh, this is your stop, Paul? All right, man. Hey, don't forget your plane on the seat there, man. Make sure you take that with you. You have a good night, buddy. Well, we're winding down, guys. There's only 16 of you in here, and not many of you are talking. My favorite P-51, my 1700 FMS. That's my favorite. It's big, it's beautiful, it flies great. That's my favorite P-51. I would say kind of a toss-up between the 1450 FMS P51 and the Arrows RC 1100 millimeter P51. They both fly great, good-looking planes. So, yeah, I'd have to say those two are probably a tie for second. I guess my 1450B model I had on the table last week would be my third in line of the Mustangs. Then I've got a bunch of the UMX ones, which I'm not really fond of. They're okay. A little too delicate. But they're cute. I think I have two of those. Then I have that art. What's that brand name? Art something. Art. God, I don't know. I can't think of the name of it now. Night, Roach Coach. Oh, Tim. You are awesome, buddy. Thank you so much, man. You are the man, dude. Thank you so much. That is just freaking awesome. Thank you. I love the little cartoon. That's great. That's the more that goes, the funnier it gets. That's hilarious. Oh God, that is cute. Well, there you go. Good job, John. That's cool. The have they got the T-28 back up on Horizon's website? Because they took it off there for a while. Is that what you're talking about, Michael? For $4.99, the T-28, the Carbon Z? I'm still laughing at this cartoon. Tim, that is hilarious. Oh my God, that's funny. Oh God. Oh, that's cool. They're not in stock though yet, right? Or are they? Are they back in stock? Well, you do have the women though, Mickey. So you do have that going for you. Yeah, the 1700 FMS Mustang. Oh, it's on sale for $4.99. Really? Wow. I thought they had that thing up at $532 or something. Huh. Or maybe it was 509. I don't know. I guess 499 sounds better, so they went that way. Well, that's cool. So they got the T-28s back in stock. That's good. Really? It's $699 on Horizon Hobby? Where are you seeing it for $499? Yeah, I know that they only make the 1700 in the red tail now. Well, they only make the 1450 in the red tail now. You know, they did away with all the other ones, which is stupid. I don't know what the hell they're thinking. But yeah, um, yeah. So all right. So I don't. You probably didn't hear this earlier, but when I, I did send an email to FMS asking them when they're going to ship my pits, and the message I got back is not what they told me. So I'm very disappointed in FMS. So all this time they told me that they couldn't ship it because the airliners weren't accepting anything but essential items. And since an RC airplane is non-essential, they wouldn't ship it. And kept sending it back. Well, the message I got back from this morning was the boat just hit the port on the 1st, June 1st. And as soon as it gets to the warehouse, they'll expedite it out to me. So now it turns out that they were just out of stock of it all this time. It wasn't the airliners wouldn't take it. I don't know. I don't know if this is the same guy I was talking to before, or if this is just some flunky guy answering phones or emails, whatever. I don't know. I don't know what the hell happened. But originally I was told, that it was in stock. They just didn't. The shipper they're using keeps sending stuff back, like Ryan's Jeep. And but then today I get this message that the boat finally arrived on the 1st, and they'll get it as soon as the it gets back to the warehouse. They'll expedite it out. And I'm like, okay, well that's not what you guys told me. So what are you gonna do? Yeah, they lowered the price on the 1450 to 299. It was 314. You're right. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why they did that. Um, they used to do it because of the competition of the free wing Mustang, but the free wing Mustang's 309 now. Um, they've gone up, so I'm surprised that they came back down from 314 to 299. So, I think Mickey. I'm scrolling up to the chats, guys. I'm looking at something here. So, if you're going to buy the 1700 Mickey, I suggest watch my video. I've got a video um, where I did a flight review of um, doing the prop mod, the Dr. Foamy prop modification, and how it changes the airplane, and then how big a battery to run in it. And you'll find that very helpful. So go watch my video. It doesn't matter if you watch it before or after you buy the plane. Buy the plane, but definitely watch the video because I have all kinds of mods I've made to the plane. Very little minor stuff, nothing big, and then some techniques how to get it in the air. So yeah, definitely watch my video. I think it'll help you. Oh, John, that's hilarious. Oh my God, the Rugrats. He calls his dogs the Rugrats. I think that's funny. So they've got something treed. I don't know what. I hope he tells us when he gets back. Yeah, I'm looking at your post up above, Michael. FMS went through this same thing about the pricing on the planes. Um, God, I want to say it was at least 10 years ago, if not more, um, where they kept jacking the price up and then bringing it back down, and you know they couldn't make up their mind what they wanted to make on the plane per sale. And I think their offerings were too high. I think they would have sold a lot more airplanes and made more profit because they sold more airplanes. Um, had they had done that. Well, I've got two already bought. I just haven't received them yet, Mickey. I've got the FMS Pits, the 1400 millimeter Pit Special coming. And then I had that ASW 28 glider coming. And I think the next thing I'm going to buy, I'm not really sure. It could be, well, it depends on if it's for me or for the show. So, this consensus on one of my votes one night for what plane I should get with my super chat money was the airliner. So they want me to do the airliner and review it, flying off grass. So when that money gets here, I'll probably buy the airliner. But for me personally, I think the next one's going to be I'm not positive. Maybe the 1700 Cub from FMS. I've been wanting that plane for a while, and Michael Wrights has got one, and he likes it. So that's on my radar for sure. The Air Tractor is definitely on my radar. I want that one. There's a 1600 millimeter Spitfire at Motion RC that I'd really like to have, so that's on my radar. That's probably about it. Maybe what kind of issues are you having setting it up, the airliner? In what aspect? What is it? What's it? You can't get the CG right, or you got a mix elevator and flaps? What issues are you guys having? The Husky was another plane I was looking at. So, and then there's a Yak 11, and I found it. And it comes in two different color schemes, which I didn't know. And the Yak 11 is basically Russia's version of a P-47, kind of. Well, actually, it's closer to an AT-6 Texan. It's a Russian version of an AT-6 Texan. Very similar. Tandem seating. It's just a cool airplane. It's different. Nobody has one. It's under $300. So I'd like to have that. I only knew of the one scheme, but today I found the second paint scheme of the same airplane. And the second one's a military scheme. The first one was a civilian, I think it was mostly yellow and guess it was mostly yellow and red. Let me think a second. Might have been might be red and white, but the military version is two-tone gray camo. It's a camo gray with red tips of the elevator and the rudder, and I think the wing tips all have red tips, and it's got red stars on it, you know, being Russian, and just looks good. I like it, and it's different. So I'm thinking about that one. Another one I'm looking at, and if this still holds true, so I've been waiting so long for my pits from FMS that they're supposed to be sending me a 10% off coupon on my next purchase. So I'm thinking about getting the Tiger Cat from FMS with that $50 off purchase, because, you know, it's the most bang for the buck. I mean, obviously, the more I pay for the plane, the bigger the discount is on the coupon. You know, being, you know, a percentage instead of just a dollar figure. So I can save a boatload of money, at least, you know, $50, you know, 55, or maybe almost $60 off the price of the Tiger Cat if I buy it from FMS and use that coupon. So I'm thinking about that. That's on the radar screen for sure. Well, that's interesting, Mickey, because I haven't heard anybody else complain about getting it flyable, or, you know. What do you think the setup problem was? What did you end up finally doing? So you put differential thrust on it. That's interesting. So what were you trying to accomplish with the differential thrust on that? Why'd you pick that? God, I can't keep that damn thing out of the way. Okay, well, what's the... You got differential mix. What is that? What are you mixing? Oh, more aileron up than down. Oh, okay. Really? Wow, why did you think you needed that? That's interesting. So a Dutch roll. We're not going to do a jelly roll now. We're going to do a Dutch roll. All right, I gotta go. I gotta make a pee break. Be right back. Just give me a second. How the heck on the floor again? This poor helicopter's going through hell. Let's put it up here. That's a good spot for it. Okay, so what did I miss? Oh my god. Now, see, I don't have any problem with my yak at all. That thing flies fantastic. I don't have any issues at all with it. You know, it's super stable in the turns. It just flies great. I don't have any issues with that at all. Oh god, we're doing the fat jokes again, are we? That's what we were doing last week when everybody was getting punchy. We started doing stupid jokes. Oh god, here we go. So let's see. I just bought 4 more receivers for my new acquisitions. So they're here. I already have those. Um, Really? That's weird, Mickey. Mine doesn't do that at all. My yak is, I mean, spot on. It's like it's on rails. I don't have any problem with that thing wiggling at all. I love the way that airplane flies. Now you have a gyro in yours? Because I don't have a gyro in mine. Maybe that's your problem. Maybe you have the gains too high on the gyro. Yeah, the first time I took my yak off, man, I was just, oh my God, it was on rails. Man, it took off. I sucked the gear up. Oh, buddy. Thank you, Mickey. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is so freaking awesome. Thank you so much, buddy. That is freaking awesome. So yeah, I took off and I sucked the gear up. I cleaned up immediately. The second it breaks ground, I'm on the gear switch on all my planes. I try to get it cleaned up as quick as I can. It's mostly the jets, but all my planes, I just get the gear up immediately. So I get the gear up, I start throttling back, and I start a left turn. Usually, it's depending on the way the wind's blowing, but it's usually blowing, so I have to make a left turn out. And the first time I flew it, and I went up and did that, and I started that bank, and it was just on rails. I didn't have to even trim it. It was dead on. And I was like, oh my God, does this thing fly good? And I feel the same way today. That was, I've had the plane for about a year now, I guess. Probably have, probably have 20 flights on it. Yeah, just rock solid. Love that airplane. I really do. Um, well, all right. So here's my setup. First of all, um, I have full 100% rates. I don't cut the throws down at all. So 100% on the throws. I do have, I think, 30% expo on the aileron, elevator, and rudder. Um, I have the weight. I have the two. What size batteries? I'm flying it with two. Well, either two 4500s or two 5000 packs, and I have them all the way forward. The batteries as far forward till they hit the. Basically, I think the blue board's right in front of it. It's a wad of wires, and I just pull it all the way up against that. And other than that, no gyro, so no gains or anything to worry about. Yeah, the plane just flies rock solid. I just love it. Um, I don't know what. Did you add weight to the tail or the nose to try to CG it differently? Um, yeah, the only thing I can think of too is you might. Um, are are you combining aileron and rudder in your turns? Because I'm just yanking and banking the yak. I don't use any rudder I don't add any rudder at all to fly it. I just fly it ailerons and elevator. Once it's in the air, the rudder I don't touch the rudder anymore. Now in landing approach, if I have to crab it, I'll add rudder on the landing. Of course, rudder on the takeoffs. But yeah, landing, a lot of times it'll be coming in and the nose is pointed off to the side a little bit. And I wait till it gets, to a foot maybe off the ground, and then I'll add a little bit of rudder to kick the nose back around so it's aligned perfectly with the runway. But other than that, I didn't do any. I did a elevator flap mix. To give me a little more. I think this plane was. Yeah, I think I had to give it down elevator. I think I had to give it a little bit down elevator when I deploy the flaps. I only ever use half flaps. I never go full flaps. The plane stops flying with full flaps. It's so much drag with those Fowler flaps that it just basically stopped flying. I accidentally did it one day. I knew I wasn't supposed to use full flaps, but I hit it accidentally. Luckily, I was only about 2 feet off the ground because I had a beautiful approach coming in, and all of a sudden, when I added that second thing of flaps, the plane just stopped. I mean, it went and then it fell on the ground. It just stopped flying. It was so much drag with those giant flaps out all the way that the plane stopped flying. So yeah, I never use more than half flaps. Yeah, I used the Expo and the rudder to make the ground handling better. So what you weren't tending to see the overcorrect your steering on the ground, and then the aileron and elevator just to soften it up because when you have full rates, it's got a pretty quick roll rate. It's not a drill bit, but it rolls pretty good. The full flying stab, my God. See, I like my stuff super touchy. And I can demonstrate why I've always flown with my stuff really, really sensitive. So just picture this is your normal radio, Tyrannus, whatever, Spectrum, a DX9, whatever. Okay? So you're holding it with your hand like this, and you got your thumb, because I'm a thumber, not a pincher. Okay? And I want to go, say, full down left aileron. I can't reach it. My thumb's too small. They got tiny little hands. So I can't reach any farther than that without repositioning my hand over the radio instead of holding it so that I can get my thumb over there. Okay? So this is just the way I learned to fly. So I made everything super sensitive so that basically when I can only move it that far, I'm getting full throw. I mean, I'm not, but I have so much throw that I don't need any more than that. It's super sensitive. So that's just how I've always flown. So I set all my stuff up super sensitive. Not many people can fly my planes. I'll hand them the radio and they're all over the sky with it because they're used to banging the sticks around. And mine, I'm just barely moving them from the center position. And so they're over piloting the plane a ton. So I don't know. I mean, I'm the only time I ever see the plane waggle is if I've got a heavy wind. So I was flying it one day in a heavy wind, and um, it had a waggle a couple of times. I can't really pinpoint. I don't think I was in a bank, turn. I might have been in a bank, but that's nothing. I mean, it just, yeah, it was doing that a little bit, but other than that, the plane's rock solid. So I'm not sure. Yeah, that's why I put the 30% expo in to soften the center. So I had the plane super sensitive, but then I softened the center with the expo. So that's how I do it. A blind lesbian in a fish market. And I'm doing the visual on that one. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's the tail wheel answer too, guys. If you guys are having trouble with the tail wheel planes more so, try putting some expo on the rudder. You know, maybe that's all you need is just to soften it up because you're kind of over controlling it on the ground. Because if you get it doing the sway thing where you give it too much rudder and then now it's going too far to the right and you cut it back to the left again, that's how you start a ground loop. Is you get it going one way and then get it the other way and it's just going to snap around. So I never have to recorrect. When I start throttling up and it starts to go left, I feed right rudder instantly and hold it. I start feeding the right until the plane starts to go back the other way, just barely as shallow back the other way, and then I just hold it right there. I don't touch the rudder anymore, and she'll just take right off and maintain that climb out. But you can let go of the rudder once you break ground. You can let go of the rudder. Yeah, give it a try. You can always, if you don't like it, you always take it back out. It's not a permanent thing. So, yeah, give it a try. I don't know how sensitive you have your stuff set, and I don't know how your batteries are placed, but um, Dave's RC asked me this where my CG was. On the bottom of the plane where the servo wire goes into the fuselage. Okay? Um, just forward of that is a piece of plastic, like a plastic. I don't know. It's some kind of a stiffener, a reinforcer, or something that's on the wing, right there at the root, right when you just forward of the servo wire. And my CG balanced exactly on the back edge of that plastic, right on the seam of that plastic, on the back edge of it, where it meets the foam. The plane's this way, and that line is this way. And right on the line between, at the back of the plastic and the servo wires back here, is where mine CG'd at. So, um, try that too. Just make sure the CG's there. If you're tail heavy, it's going to make it fly weird. So be cautious of that. Um, maybe you're not flying big enough batteries. You need heavier batteries in the plane. Um, no, that would have the opposite effect. Are you flying it with the ordnance on it, your yak? Because that makes a huge difference. I don't fly mine with the ordnance. I don't even put the wing missiles on it. Usually the wingtip missiles once in a while, but usually I fly it clean. The pylons are on the plane, but they're empty. I don't put any of that stuff on the plane. Just slows it down and kills the battery faster. So I usually don't fly with it. I have an occasion once in a while, like at the jet show where the Avanti crashed. I was flying the ordnance on that day, but that's it was for a show. So um, yeah, I can't give you any help on the AL-37 yet. Don't have one. So, but if I get one, I'll let you know. Now, the airliner 37 that's a single battery plane, right? That doesn't require two battery packs. Yeah. So you fly two 5000 4S. Yeah. Yeah, so just slide them all the way forward and strap them in. That should be good. Um, what was I just going to tell you? Yeah, if you're flying the yak with the ordnance, it'll make it tail heavy. So if you're going to put the ordnance on, you got to put weight in the nose. You got to put some um, probably 6 or 8 ounces of weight in the nose if you're flying it with the ordnance. Otherwise, the CG moves back too far. But for now, I would fly it without the ordnance. Just till you get it trimmed out and you're comfortable the way it flies. Just leave the ordnance off. Listen, there's a couple of reasons it's a good idea to leave the ordnance off. First of all, if you crash and screw up the wing, you only have to buy the wing. Whereas if you screw up the wing and all the ordnance that are hanging on the wing, well, now you have to replace all the ordnance and the wing. And that, So, right off the bat, I never have it on for the maiden because I just don't want them on for the maiden. And then I might add a couple pieces at a time. I don't know. That seems to have worked for me. That's what I do. Oh, so it's a single pack. I thought it was. I was pretty sure it was. um, okay, so I repainted almost all the ordnance on my yak because the colors were wrong. Um, and I tried to disguise them a little bit because the proportions are wrong. So I feel your pain there. Um, that's another reason why I leave them off most of the time. I just, you know, There are 3D print files out there you can get and print your own ordnance, and I'm planning on doing that. I think it'll be better to have um, the right size, proportional wise, and everything, the right size ordnance on the plane. I think it'll look better. So that's what I'm going to do. So I got the 3D printer all wired up, but I don't have. I haven't figured out the filament yet. I don't have the temperature hot enough, so I've got to heat the temperature up more and try again. See if I can get that to make some stuff. Maybe the peanuts in first class are weighing it down. Yeah, maybe. Oh my god. Oh god, that's hilarious. Still here, John? Okay, man. How's the coffee? Good coffee? Got a good one? Good job. Glad your power came back on. So anyway, so yeah, the airliner, probably either the airliner or the Husky are going to be my acquisitions for the channel with the super chat money, and my own personal. Boy, I just don't know what I want to buy. I may splurge and get the RV8. It just might. Definitely the air tractors on the list, and the Cub, the 1700 Cub, are definitely two planes on my list for sure. Problem is, I can buy both of those planes for what the RV8 costs. So that's, you know. So I don't know. Those are three probably on the top of my list. I would say right now. If there's anything else, that Spitfire from Motion is really on my list. Really want that 1600 Spitfire. Been thinking about the Corsair too. Not sure which Corsair I want to get. I know the best looking one's going to be the one from LX Models that Banana Hobby sells. You know, do I want the best flying Corsair or do I want the best looking Corsair? Well, I don't know how the LX Corsair flies, so I really can't make that determination anyway. All the LX models I've had over the years fly fantastic. I mean, the flight characteristics of the plane are amazing. So I would assume that the Corsair will be just the same. So, yeah. I don't know. A bunch of planes that are out there that I want, and I just can't, don't have the money yet, so I got time to think about it. But, yeah, gonna probably pull the trigger on another plane with some of the money. Michael. You're hilarious. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. I like the little heart. Thank you. I'm glad you love the show. Yeah. Yeah, I think the Yak 130 is one of the best looking, scale landing gear. Just an awesome piece of foam out there. I really do. That thing is, I just love everything about that airplane. You know, it's just amazing looking, amazing flying, amazing sounding. I love the sound that comes out of that plane. Oh my God. I mean, it's the best sounding ducted fan jet I've heard. It sounds like a jet. It really does. Um, all right, guys, I think I'm going to call it. We're all getting slap happy. There's not much conversation going on. I'm tired. Uh, I really enjoyed the show tonight, guys. You know, it's fun having you guys here. Um, Mickey, if you've got questions about, especially the Yak, let me know. And if I get an airliner and figure anything out, I'll let you know. I mean, that's not going to happen. Probably not for another couple of weeks, because I'm not going to get my money from. I'm not going to get my money from the unemployment for a while, or from I'm sorry, from YouTube. Uh, so I have to wait till that gets here, and then I can go buy the airliner. Yeah, John, you're going to want to replace all the landing gear on the LX810. Um, I'll tell you what, John. This week, well, next week, I'm going to do a repair video on the LX10, the LX810, how I put the FMS gear in my plane. I'm going to do a video on it, and I'll put it up next week. And I'll show you exactly what I did to make it. I used wood like this. Okay, so I'll give you a little preview. So I had to take a couple of different size blocks of wood, and I stacked them. I think the nose gear, I think they were all three high, but to get the exact height I needed like two of the big ones and then one of the little ones, or it was one big one and two of the little ones. I don't remember exactly what it was to get the height I wanted. Um, on the nose gear, I ran it all the way to the nose. All right, I didn't just put it where the gear mounts because I wanted that extra leverage. You know, so by gluing it all the way to the front, when the gear comes down, because the A10, the gear comes back. right? The nose gear goes forward when it goes up and comes back. Is that correct? I think so. Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, regardless, when you glue the wood to the floor, when the plane's upside down, of course it's the roof normally, but if the plane's upside down and you glue this to the floor of the gear bay and to the wall at the same time, and you keep the length as long as you can keep it, you've got a substantial glue surface, okay? I mean, you got a big area where you've glued these wooden dowels, or the wooden hardwood sticks, on both sides, okay? And of course, one side has to be shorter than the other because the wheel is going to interfere with the one side. So one side they're going to be short, and then the other side they're going to go the full length. And you glue all that in there, and then you take the wood screws and you drill holes right in the hardwood and put your screws right into the hardwood and just screw the gear right to this. Because now, instead of having that little area here, you've got all of this as your leverage point. So when the landing gear comes down and tries to rip out of the plane, it's not trying to just rip out this. It's trying to rip out all of this, all the way up to here. It's got to pull all of that wood, all of that glue out. And it won't, because I had a bad landing and I went long and I hit the road, our service road coming in, which is all sand. And of course it stopped the plane dead in its tracks. And it ripped the nose gear out of the plane. It literally ripped the screw heads through the mounting plate of the landing gear. It didn't touch the wood. The wood is perfect. It didn't strip holes, didn't pull the screws out of the wood, nothing. All it did was pull the screw heads through the mounting plate on the retract. So that's how well this worked to keep the nose gear in that plane. And then I did the same thing with the mains. You know, but I don't think I had to cut any relief on the mains. Maybe I did. Yeah, maybe, yeah, actually I think I did. But the same principle. You know, the full length on the one side, shorter on the other, where the wheel is facing outward, so it had to go past the end. And I did it exactly the same way, just stacking this wood and making sure I had it up against the wall on both sides, and you know, secured to the floor nice and on the walls, and then I just, after I got it all in there, I just painted it the gray to match the color of the plane, and you can't even see them in there. They disappear, literally. I mean, you look up in the wheel well, and especially in flight, you can't see it at all. But even on the ground, you look up in there and you really don't notice the wood. You know, it just looks like a plastic shelf, or it looks like a shelf on both sides. And the landing gear straddles that, you know, or fills the hole in between, and you just screw into it, and you don't even know it's wood. It comes out beautiful. So I'll do a video on that next week. I'll take video and pictures, and I'll show you how I did it, because it really came out wonderful. And now, flying that plane off grass, I absolutely love that A10. It flies so much better than my FMS A10. To me, there's no comparison. The LX model flies 10 times better than the FMS one. It doesn't look... Listen, the scale on the LX10 is awesome as well. But it just doesn't... It's way more durable, the FMS one. The foam. Because the LX foam is kind of like styrofoam for a styrofoam cooler kind of foam. It's not durable at all. It's really easy to nick and dent, and you know. But it's so much lighter than the FMS plane. I mean, the wing loading on it is half, probably, what the FMS wing loading is. So, you know, it's just a, you know, it's a modeler's plane. You got to modify it. You got to model it. You got to build it. Where the FMS plane, you just screw 8 screws together and you're done. That's not the case with the LX model, but after farting with both of these for several years now, I have both, the FMS one and the LX one. I like the LX one much better. It flies better, it looks better, it handles the ground and air better. I mean, just, to me, it's the better airplane. Now, if I hadn't modified it, there'd be no question if the FMS would be the better airplane. But after going to the trouble of putting this gear, and I put the FMS gear in it, life changing. It was a huge difference. So, no, I didn't use the doors, John. Um, well, first of all, it would have taken a lot of extra work to put the back door on it because it hinges off the back plastic mount that the FMS, which I didn't put in the plane. You could listen if you wanted to get that crazy with it. You could actually build it to fit all that stuff in there. I wasn't interested in that, so no, I didn't use any of the gear doors on the A10, and it doesn't need them. Once the gear goes up, listen, I've flown the FMS one with the gear doors on over my head, and that one, and your eyes are just not drawn to the gear doors. They're so subdued over the overall part of the plane that you just see the whole plane as a whole, and you really don't see that there's gear door or there aren't gear door. It's not that noticeable. So I didn't bother. I can always do it. It was one of those things I thought, well, I'll fly it, make sure it flies okay, and then I'll do it later if I decide. And it definitely flies better. And I still haven't decided whether I want to go to the trouble of putting the gear door on or not. It's wasn't a deal breaker for me. I just wanted the good landing gear that functioned. And that's what I got with the FMS gear. So I really love the way the plane is now. It's great. So, sure, Mickey, go ahead, plug away. Plug anything you want. You got some Amway products you want to sell? What's up, GB? Wildman Kenny, what's up? Yeah, that's me. I'm the wild man. Yeah, I'm definitely running out of gas tonight, guys. Just getting tired. Um, if I get up and walk around, I'd be all right. We're back up to 13. See, we were down to 9, and there wasn't much talking. But now, who is Zugmut? Zugmut. Cheers. Welcome. First time here? Oh, I'm going to plug this one more time, too, while I've got you guys here. So, the live streams for the week are now in the description below, down in my information. In every stream from now on and in all my uploaded videos, we'll have all of the live stream information, who's on what night and what time. And it's also on my main page of my YouTube channel in the About tab. So if you click on the About tab in my home page of YouTube, it's also the same thing as there. All the live streams, what night of the week, what time they're on, who's on, it's all there. So I've gotten 2 locations. If you ever guys want to remember who's on and what time, there it is. I did that, I think, Tuesday night. Um, so, and from here on out, every stream I do, every video I upload, will have that down in the information line. So all you're going to have to do to remember is just to click on the most recent video I put up, whether it be a live stream or a review recording. The information will be in it. And then if you just go to my channel, you can go to the About tab, and it's there as well. So Ethan, wow, what are you doing up this late? Holy mackerel! Yeah, I had put mine up before Flaps did his. Like he said earlier, great minds think alike. So, he had the same idea as I did. Uh, I was planning on doing it last week and got tied up, and then Tuesday night while the Fight Club was on, I did it, and then I think he Instagrammed me either today or yesterday. I don't remember. I think it was today. Yeah, it was today, Thursday. Not where I know we're in Friday now, but yeah, Thursday. He Instagrammed me that he did it, and I thought that was kind of funny because, I did it Tuesday and Thursday. He's got the same idea, so that was cool. So you guys want to copy and paste it on your page? Feel free. That's that was kind of the plan in the first place, was for us all to do it, so nobody would have to remember to go to which channel. They could go to anybody's channel and get the roster. So what the heck was that? That's weird. Who the man? GB the man. GB's the man. All right, Mickey. Well, we're going to check out your videos. How many videos you got up? About. Yeah, we're a full service community. Yeah, that's for sure. Oh, I got to check that out. Yeah, that's because I love the Spitfire, and I've been wanting that 1600 millimeter one that Flightline has out for years, and I'm getting ready to pull the trigger on it. Probably won't do any of those right away. Um, I love a good sale, and I'll probably wait till November, Black Friday. I usually wait till Black Friday to buy anything, unless something's on sale now. If it's on sale, I'm a sucker for a sale. But if nothing's on sale, I'll probably wait till Black Friday and pick up something on sale then. Um, but as far as the channel goes, the super chat money is going to either go toward probably either the airliner or the Husky. Um, because those were the two planes that most of the guys wanted to see. I'll probably take one more poll uh, before I pull the trigger on either one of those. Make sure I'm getting what you guys want to see, and then we'll do a full review on it. Unboxing, build, and grass ops flying, and we'll see how it goes. Sorry, the beer's taken over. uh, so you fly. What do you? Is that what you do for a living, Mickey? You fly helicopters for a living? Oh, that's awesome, man. That's totally cool. You're gonna basically teach us how to fly a helicopter. That's awesome. I gotcha. So you used to do it part time, huh? Were you flying for private companies, or did you have your own personal helicopter service? Says the two guys flying model airplanes, they prefer the safety of the ground. Guys, they make cars and trucks and tanks and construction equipment in RC if you want to stay on the ground. Oh, no kidding. So what were you chemical spraying? Putting something down to um, prevent the frost from forming on the. I guess they were grapes. I'm guessing. Yeah, GB, I got that. I was just kidding you. I was just kidding you. Michael's first job was wine tasting in the vineyards. No kidding. So just the warm air is all you were doing, huh? Wow, that's crazy. So would you have to fly around the field all night long to keep the warm air going? Holy crap, really? Yeah, wait, don't start talking about wine with GB around. Holy crap. Wow, that's crazy. I never heard of such a thing. That's got to be hmm, that's just wild. They have helicopters just hovering over the vines to bring the warm air down. Wow. Right. So you're implying some of us are full of hot air, huh? Oh my god. Oh, that's funny. right, guys. I'm gonna call it. Yeah, it was a good night. Had fun. Love talking to you guys. So, Mickey, how late you started right at 4 a.m.? How long would you have to do that? Till like sun up, 6 or 7? Okay. All right. So again, guys, have a good night. Thanks for everything. Appreciate y'all coming in tonight. For you guys that super chatted me, I appreciate it so much. Thank you. And we'll see y'all in Dave's stream in just a few hours. No, a little more than a few hours, but tonight in Dave's stream we'll be there. Be square. You guys all take care. Thanks again for coming. And I'm going to say we're out of here.